Шановні учасники, просимо займати свої місця. За пару хвилин будемо починати. І розпочнемо ми наш захід сьогодні із загальнонаціональної традиції хвилини мовчання, як моменту пам'яті про тих, хто боронив наше право бути українцями, нашу незалежність і нашу свободу, а також усіх цивільних, чиї життя були забрані цією війною.
Thank you, eternal memory to the heroes. Glory to Ukraine. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, here is the state anthem of Ukraine.
Усміхнеться доля, згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці, запануємо ми, браття, у своїй сторонці.
Дякую. Шановні колеги, раді вітати вас сьогодні на щорічній конференції «Європейське майбутнє прав людей з інвалідністю в Україні», яка організована громадською організацією Fight for Right та коаліцією «Реанімаційний пакет реформ» у партнерстві з Mercy Corps за фінансової підтримки.
Resuscitation reform package with the support of the UK government and the Philanthropy Center in emergency situation. This event will be supported reliably by Espresso and Detector Media. Today we have gathered to shed light on what is shaping the quality of life, equal opportunities and dignity of people with disabilities, policies, reforms, solutions, decisions and people. Our conference has two languages, Ukrainian and English, as the working languages with simultaneous interpretation available. And we're taking care of your security with all the good and well-equipped shelters down in their hotels, so follow this security protocol. For an opening speech, I would like to invite here Yulia Sachuk, and she is the chair of the NGO Fight for Right, one of the, by BBC version, stands from 22. She's one of the most successful women of the year. The floor is yours, Yulia. Dear participants, dear all, dear partners, and dear everybody that has to do with this conference today. That's already the fifth conference on the rights of people with disabilities. Today it is dedicated to the European integration, to the changes that have become a powerful influx for people to be whose rights are to be protected, who are disabled. And it's a great honor to me to be together with this highly esteemed community, highly esteemed floor, to celebrate our pride, to celebrate our dignity, and also contrary to the war in the wartime, we're fighting on for freedom, for dignity, while staying here in Ukraine and doing our best to make Ukraine really European and democratic country. I just want to share with you and shed light at what we have managed to do within my organization Fight for Right in this year. Also want to thank the organizers and co-organizers of this conference. That's the coalition resuscitative package of reforms, because with this coalition we made up an event for the community of disabled people. It's when the disabled people, make an agenda to the state, to the country. It's not because it's done from high up at offices, because that's what the international partners do. Maybe they find that profitable or beneficial, maybe due to a political iteration, but it's the people with disability that started to form and give a shape to what we need to tell the authorities, our pressure points, our painstaking pains. In this year, in 2025, within the Fight for Rights, we continue to be helping people with disabilities during this full-scale war, and that's what we've been doing since day one back in 2022, when the full-scale aggression broke out. And I want to thank our enduring team, the case management, Natalia sitting on the hotline for 5 years and taking those hot calls, Sergey, who evacuates people from dangerous territories, and everybody that contributes to and makes the life of people with disabilities better. In 2025, we provided direct assistance to people with disabilities and providing security and protection for them for an amount of 10 million hryvnias. That's statistics confirming that people got like charging stations, for example, to charge their wheelchairs, and also assistive devices like crutches, hearing aids, and many others, and lots of other things. Also, another important area of our activity in this year was the strengthening and cooperating with the veterans movement. I am very proud that there's plenty of veterans, males and females with disabilities, that are present among the floor, and we managed to support the veterans movement of women and also business initiatives, and we provided training for an amount of more than 6 million hryvnias. It's not about the figures, but also the fact that it's in Zhytomyr Oblast. Agleya is a company that was set up there to produce dairy products, and since the next year, I am sure that every one of us will know this trade name. Also, attention was paid to local initiatives of disabled women and girls. 10 of them were supported in different ends of Ukraine, different parts of Ukraine, about accessibility, availability, leadership, so that leaders that are often deprived of this possibility to become leaders, and that's the impact that the center of decision making, with the participation of disabled women and girls, in particular from the countryside in different parts of their communities. A priority was EU accession, integration, and advocacy efforts, and here our research center for the rights of people with disability that goes back to 2010 has been staying very active. We have made 9 big studies that were published on our website and became the foundation of qualitative policy in the country, in particular the institutionalization, which was one of the most critical conditions when it comes to EU accession potentially. Also, we developed a training course that is unique for people with disabilities on their rights, on European integration. We also taught them how the European law works, how the CRPD convention integrates into politics, and what standards are compulsory for Ukraine on its way to EU accession. That's not just recognition, but that's high quality policy that has to be here in Ukraine for people with disabilities. Never we had that before. We developed it with experts and from Ukraine, from Europe. We also continued to promote within the borders of the institutionalization high quality services or quality related services, and we communicated with the ministry, with decision makers making decisions about the lives of people with disability. One complex and not popular theme is military crimes committed against people with disabilities where they are victims, and we did a lot of work to get them booked, recorded, and documented so that people with disabilities have a possibility to stand up for their rights and justice for the way forward. So this fifth conference is a very big and very significant event for this organization, for our organization, and also for the rest of the community. I want to thank all our partners staying with us since back in 21. Also new partners, and I want to wish us good and fruitful days of work. Thank you.
І натхненний початок нашої конференції. Ви, як завжди, заряджаєте енергією і доводите усім нам, що держава інклюзивна будується не абстрактно, а конкретними вчинками і конкретними діями кожного з нас. А зараз, шановні колеги, перейдемо до першого.
Particular doings and actions of every one of us. And the first panel is the inclusion of people with disability when it comes to EU accession. When we talk about Ukraine's EU accession, we need to understand that inclusivity is not only about one's benefit. That's all about standards, principles, and decisions. Today we're going to talk about how the rights of people with disability integrate into a real life political processes, European integration, and also what changes we are in for should expect in the near future. Olga Limer will moderate the panel, and she's the executive director of the coalition resuscitative reform package, and the floor is yours, Olga. Thank you very much, and I would like to happily invite Mr. Alexander Malenkov, who is the CEO of the Office for the Coordination of European and Euro-Atlantic Integration. Also would like to invite Victoria Melnik, who is the focal point on European integration at the Center for Political and Legal Reforms and Euro Hub coordinator, a focal point advocacy manager from Fight for Rights. And also we're going to have Martin Muig, who is running the good governance and fundamental rights team, and that's the General Directorate on Expansion and Eastern Neighborhood. And we hope very much that Vadim Galachuk is going to join us, along with Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Committee on the Integration into the EU arena, specialist on human rights from inclusivity and from Fight for Right. I'm so happy to welcome you, and I like it very much that we're very contextual, very close to the subject matter about the rights of people with disabilities, and it's like expertise on the one hand and decisions on the other hand. We're going to talk about how the communities communities of people with disabilities can be part of this process. And I would like to start our with conversation from Mr. Ilkov, because we've been partners, go way back many years. with the coalition, even with the Vice Prime Minister, and we continue our efforts with Mr. Igor, and you know, as nobody else, the nitty-gritties of the European integration. And I would like to thank you for your cooperation and your contribution. And if we talk about negotiations related, process related with negotiations, then there is a roadmap on rule of law that was approved by the government in this year, as well as there are some other approved clusters and sections, and we don't have any mainstreaming of people with disabilities. But if we think about this line that we have to make use of when it comes to Ukraine's modern context, then governments are they not planning to coordinate all these issues, but you know, we as civil society, as a community, should be potentially helpful, and that's the main topic, main issue. Please fit within 5 to 7 minutes as per speech, as per presentation. So because the sooner you're finished, the more interesting questions we'll be able to consider. Good morning. We're very glad to be part of this discussion today. And I assume that the topic of this panel and the conference in general is very much to the point, very much relevant, because there is such a ratio between the level of the country's development, the level of democracy, and the protection of human rights. You know, and this ratio shows how the state feels about vulnerable groups. This is why the issue of protecting people with disabilities will be one of the game changers of our integration process, and as Olga just said, that issue is cross-sectoral. First of all, it's being looked at within the framework of our sections, dedicated chapters dedicated to rule of law when it comes to the part that concerns fundamental rights, human rights, and also we need to understand that these issues, these line items are a subject of matter of practically each negotiation section. Just want to show you want to give us the bearings of where we are in this process. There is a negotiation process. The key strategic documents are being developed by the government now, just to deal with the issue of our convergence to legislation, including the one that protects people with disabilities. And I will also try answering the questions of our moderator on how we can see cooperation in this area, because you know that Ukraine applied for EU accession in 2022, which was the 5th day after the beginning of the full-scale aggression, and the first stage of that process was actually assessment by the European Commission of the application submitted, and that kind of assessment concerned, first of all, that the status or condition of Ukraine's adoption of European standards when it comes to people with disability, and it was stated that Ukraine had like more than 6% as of 22, 6% of people of the population is disabilities, and which stated that Ukraine was at the initial stage of harmonizing its legislation with the European standards, and actually recommendations were issued. Therefore, in June 24, we opened officially our negotiations with the EU, you know, and the next stage was screening of our legislation. And actually, the first screening meeting by the key section in 23 that has like sub-area fundamental human rights, and also a standalone block concerned correspondence between our legislation to the European standards when it comes to protecting the rights of people with disabilities. Ukraine presented the Ministry of Social Policy at that meeting. They made a key presentation, keynote presentation, and which took place in 24, which was the second year of the full-scale aggression, and it was understood that that particular presentation shed light on other different challenges, and it was perfectly clear that the statistics on the population of disabled people went way up. That meant that the European Commission positively evaluated those steps being made by Ukraine in this direction. Also, given those very complex circumstances, and together with that, they got the relevant recommendations just to follow these recommendations. Back in 23, a map was made on the rule of law.
We need to do very definite steps in order to harmonize our legislation in accordance with EU requirements. Speaking of dates up to the end of 2027, this is the vision of our authorities. At the end of 2027, we must finish technical negotiations and demonstrate to our partners that our national legislation is in compliance with EU standards. The second thing I would like to talk about is direction is related with cross-sectorality. Here I would like to talk about two key tools. Every year European Commission shows the report on the progress of the candidates. The new report related to Ukraine was published recently, the 4th of November, if I'm not mistaken. And in this report, there is an assessment of Ukraine in the field of the protection of rights of people with disabilities. There are positive remarks. For example, the legislation part when it comes to the conditions of job market. This is the law from January 2025. There were acts by our government dedicated to the strategies of deinstitutionalization. People with mental disabilities are the ones we are talking here. Also, in this report, there were some recommendations in order to inspire to do more in barrier-free field, accessibility to the administrative services and other services provided by the state. The separate element on our roadmap is, of course, the issue of harmonizing the legislation when it comes to the rehabilitation of people with disabilities. This is our very special commitment within the framework of our Ukrainian plan. Ukraine's facility, the key tool via which the Ukraine is supported by European Union. This is the framework, and we must stick to this commitment because this indicator will influence positively on funding from EU, and we will be able to use these funds in order to act positively to improve the situation with the rights of people with disabilities in our country. And the third thing I would like to say about cross-sectorality, the implementation of legislation in different fields. Here I mean access to transportation, access to new digital services, implementation of new acts of EU, but here we see the challenge because the legislation in EU is in development. We call it a moving target. The target that moves is moving all the time, and we need to get closer. In 2024, EU adopted new regulations, the unified card of for people with disabilities. This is kind of new commitment, and this is a new challenge for Ukraine. And we need to implement all the changes. On the one hand, of course, we call it a challenge. On the other hand, this is an opportunity because we will move simultaneously with EU members up to 2027. It means that together with EU members, we will be able to use their approaches and to provide some approaches of our own. Education, social field, transportation, all these fields are very important. National program of adaptation of Ukrainian legislation. This is something our government is working on in order to move simultaneously with the EU. And of course, the protection of rights of people with disabilities will be a part of a strategy and a program. And once again, considering that this is a multi-dimensional issue, there are some strategies in EU how to protect people with disabilities. Olga said that we will be very grateful to our partners from NGOs for some working schemes in order to provide a complex approach and to present it to our authorities, and then our authorities and we all will understand that all EU guarantees will be implemented and noted in our legislation. Today, NGOs can join the negotiations process via working groups. For every chapter there is a group, and Ukraine became the first candidate that stated that this is possible for NGOs and the representatives of the civil society to join the groups. I know that the representatives of NGOs are here in this room, and please, if you're interested to join the groups, these teams, you can ask for this via our main negotiator, Vice Prime Minister, and we will be very happy to help you to be engaged, to be joined. So a lot of work to do, a lot of work ahead, and we would like to underline once again that the government of Ukraine is deeply into this work, and our EU accession is aimed to harmonize the legislation, national legislation, with the legislation of EU. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. You were so humble when saying that we need to get everything EU has now and what EU will have further. Okay, we have volumes work to do in future, and now let's discuss the situation in the EU. Mr. Martin Mulik, I know that you worked on the report or that has been recently published. How do you evaluate the progress of people with disability rights protection? Thank you very much for your comments.
Yes, hello Ми вас не чуємо.
Excuse me, please, we can't hear you. We have some problems with the sound. I'm very sorry. We need to solve the technical issues. Because of that, may I kindly ask the participants in the room. Let's talk a little bit let's discuss Ukrainian perspective. Victoria Melnik, expert in the field of negotiations process. I would like to ask you I would like to ask the general question. How NGOs can help to promote the right protection of people with disability within the framework of Ukrainian integration and accession to EU? Hello. Okay, I'm a little bit professional in negotiations, but Mike is not.
Насправді ми можемо говорити.
In fact, we can talk about the negotiations in brief and in a very long form. Brief one, this is Alexander's part, but I think that the title of the panel is very good. Negotiations, this is something technical, but when we are talking about Ukrainian accession, this is about the implementation and harmonizing the legislation. We must understand that this issue is very, very challenging because and it is multidimensional. The rights is this is multidimensional. Every morning when coming to the street, every person must get all resources in order to leave the routine. So I must say, if we talk how civil society can join the process, we must talk about experts. We work much with the government of Ukraine. Alexander and other colleagues are always open towards our proposals, but we have to say that this is not about government only. This is about work with communities and citizens in general. Yesterday I had some preparations. I was preparing the speech and I was walking through the street, and it was difficult for me, for my understanding, because for wheelchairs there are nothing on the streets, and there is a big challenge for transportation and other things. We were talking about mainstreaming. We are joking frequently that we have enough mainstreaming, but we need more mainstreaming. But Ukraine becoming a member of EU, it means that we, the citizens, must adapt and implement the rights of EU. And this mainstreaming in the course of, I suppose, we can start not from the policy or definite chapters, but we can take some policies that influence much in order to engage the protection of people of disabilities within the Ukrainian recovery, administrative services, digital resources. For example, when we are talking about the judiciary branch of power, we talk about the digitalization of justice, but what I think we more take care of the reforms in the judicial branch, but when we have some special discussions, the protection of people with disabilities is not considered here, and we must invite NGOs and work together on two-dimensional situation, reforms implementation and protection of the rights of people with disabilities, two components moving simultaneously. This mainstreaming is important in other directions too. Institutional mainstreaming is here, and if colleagues are interested, we are open for cooperation because these elements are important. But also I would like to ask colleagues to consider the interests of the community, because as my colleagues say, we all are the representatives of the communities. To work with communities is important because we see the lower capacities of communities within the framework of negotiations process, because now we are inside the war and every community has its own capacity and it's difficult to assess it. But if we are talking about transportation, for example, this must be done on the level of community. And one more important thing, enlightenment in education. I would like to share something here. When Fight for Right prepared the conference, they came to have a look at one room, and that room wasn't barrier free, but recently it was renovated and it looked like that, we are in the middle of the full-scale invasion, and so many people with disabilities need access, and the renovation took place recently, and it is still not 100% barrier free. So the improvements are observed, but it's still not enough. That's why we need to discuss with people their needs and to implement this. So this mainstreaming must be inside every head of every citizen to make every cafe barrier free. This is a crucial element that must be implemented on the level of citizens. When having this awareness on the level of every citizen, then Alexander and colleagues will feel that their task is simplified. The process of negotiations. And it's impossible to say that in the last report it is observant that the European Commission understands our peculiarities, so to say, related with the war, and that this system needs increasing capacities because the pressure on the system is so high and it's increasing, and it's also about the engagement of people with disabilities towards the building up this system. It can be a kind of mentorship to explain to the authorities how to work better. It's a good chance for engagement of people with disabilities towards the labor market. It will work very well on the level of communities. Thank you so much, Victoria. I think that we will talk out loud more and more about this. Mainstreaming is important, and Okay, we will do more in mainstreaming, and Mr. Alexander will not work with us anymore. Okay, I'm teasing here. But let's talk about the accessibility, and even in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, this is a big challenge to find a barrier-free room, a place where we can invite all our dear participants. Now my question to the technical team: what's going on with the sound? No? Still no? Can you hear me?
Дякую. Нагадую, в нас є
I would like to remind you of the fact that we have simultaneous translation here. Mr. Mulik, you worked on the report. Would you be so kind to share with us about your observations? Thank you very much.
Good morning from Brussels. I hope you can hear me well.
Ми вас чуємо
You can,
добре.
okay, I can follow that. I have a little bit in terms of content, the difficulty to speak now right after Alexandra and Victoria, which already gave a great overview as regards the process of the EU accession, the possibility, the framework, and the initial steps of the procedure, where we were in the past, which tools we have. So we have the annual enlargement report, where there's a chapter on persons working on disability. Excuse me if I sound a little bit confused, because I hear myself very loudly, but I try to ignore that. So we also, you mentioned the roadmap, which was very useful as well, giving the following a long-term process of discussions between us in Brussels, our colleagues in the EU delegation in Kiev, and working groups and specialists from the Ukrainian administration, government, as well as civil society. And I think that is a very important experience that we have also in other fields, that the dialogue in Ukraine between civil society and the government is central to the successful drafting of action plans and strategies, but also central for the implementation. We are fully aware that Ukraine is in a very difficult position due to the full-scale invasion, to the pressures on budget and available resources. But it is very much appreciated, and we see it also with optimism, that with the work done in the last years and the awareness of the problems that need to be addressed, there's a good basis for progressing and addressing the objectives set out in the roadmap, and also in the wider picture, coming up to level on EU standards in terms of the legislation, but also the standards and the implementation of those in Ukraine, in line with the remaining or the other aspects of the EU accession process. I want to stress again that the topic of persons with disabilities is part of the fundamentals, which is the chapter that we open the first and focus in the first as the first chapter. And it will be also the last to be closed. So there's a certain focus on the progress in this field, which is monitored not only by us in the European institutions, especially in the European Commission, but also by the member states that are following it very closely. And here I would say that we have the chance that we can monitor it through a lot of contacts with Ukrainian partner organizations, European umbrella organizations, and a lot of interaction here in Brussels. For example, today there's an event in the European Parliament on persons with mental disabilities, with a a strong delegation from Ukraine presenting the situation. So your discussion here today in Kiev is also part of our broader discussions in Brussels among other candidate countries that want to join the EU and also EU member states. So this is access to resources that we would also ask you to profit as much as possible, especially in the area of persons with disabilities. No member state is 100% following the standards in a very prescribed way. Each member state has different experiences and different avenues, roads chosen to achieve objectives. So this is a possibility also for Ukraine to join up, to learn, and to have exchanges. We have an instrument for that, making available those exchanges of best practices, which is called the TIEX instrument, and I would invite you to maybe consider it as well to be using. And I think this is a way of offering it. In terms of the enlargement report and the progress, you have seen that in the document that we published in early November, that we had there was an appreciation of the difficult situation of Ukraine in the war and the progress, and we highlighted areas where some progress took place and where we can see this is very much appreciated. At the same time, of course, there are remaining challenges, and there are still time and efforts needed to be addressed and implemented. But I would say the shift now also is slowly changing from the adoption of legislation. There's still some work to do, of course, to what Victoria just mentioned, also the implementation and the adoption, the follow-up by local, regional governments, and basically by changing the situation for the persons with disabilities that have to profit of, and of course benefit from the changes and the alignment with the EU standards. So this is something we would also like to highlight here. Legislation and the official adoption of standards is important. At the same time, there needs to be and this is the experience also from other countries, comprehensive approach from all stakeholders involved, not only central government in Kiev, but also civil society from all over the country with the individual cases and priorities, and of course local and regional administration that have actually to work on the infrastructure, to work on the accessibility, and ensure that the limited resources available are also used in the best possible way in the interest of persons with disabilities. Including them, involving them is of course key to the success, also especially in times of limited resources and capacities to do so. So the focus should be really where to help people the best. So with this, I want to close. Unfortunately, I will be able to listen in for another 15 minutes, but I'm wishing you all the best for the discussions, and I hope you will come to very concrete and tangible conclusions, and happy to follow up with you also whenever I am in Kiev again with my colleagues, or you should be in Brussels. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую вам і дякуємо Європейському Союзу за
Thank you very much, European Union. Thank you. It's good that you have reminded us that it's not only the closure of the fundamental cluster, but without sticking with the standards and abiding by the standards for people with disabilities, we cannot join the EU. And I will talk about the context of more popular reforms like judicial and others, but we forget that that's first of all it's people-centered and their rights and dignity are centered, and it's good that we're talking about the needs to take into account Ukraine's context, which is the context of the warfare that is still going on, and that's also a recovery-related context and civil society-related context and state-related context, something that we need to take into account. That's another objective of ourselves on top of everything else. Would like to invite here Irina Dakacheva. Irina, you're finishing your dissertation on EU legislation on the rights of people with disabilities. I would like to just shed light from you. What do we have to take into account just to compare our legislation and that of the EU? What we should we take into account when it comes to adapting the legislation? Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me well? Yes. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, I wasn't able to be in person with you, and hopefully next year the circumstances will be more favorable for me to be eventually present among you. Thank you, Olga, for your question. Yes, it's true. The EU law on disability is more comprehensive and progressive compared to the Ukrainian. So today I would like to pay attention to some sort of peculiar things when it comes to the EU law, when it comes to its adaptation to the Ukrainian context. First of all, the EU law on disability is not presented or represented by any book of law or an act of law or anything else, which was already shared by my colleagues at the panel. That there's a lot of directive, there's a lot of regulation, there's a lot of soft law, so-called, which goes through all the EU competences, all the areas. That's the internal market, that's public procurement, that's transportation, that's any other areas. Therefore, it's very important to understand then that when our negotiations are going on in different areas, both in the civil society and in the government, it's very difficult to control what is going down in the disability area as by direction, as by area, because the rights of people with disabilities is not only politics, not only healthcare, but that pertains to other areas as well. And in this particular area, cooperation and engagement between civil society and state is important for us to better systemize this process, better control it, and accelerate the negotiations with the EU. And secondarily, of course, the EU law on people with disabilities is more progressive, but let's not forget that the EU is not a country. The EU is acting within the competence vested on it by the other countries. So disability and those competences vary by state in the EU. So we'd better adopt and adapt standards on digital accessibility because digital accessibility is a joint EU competence in the area of internal markets. So there is a regulatory base, which is big regulations. We look at it, we implement, but the situation gets more complex when we talk about those spheres where the EU has no regulatory framework, only some supportive competency, for example, inclusive elections, for the institutionalizing topic. We can frequently find that in EU reports, like guidelines on to improve the inclusivity and accessibility, the process, and relevantly with the recommendations and comments as like convergence with OSCE standards, because the EU is OSCE standards oriented, but when we say deinstitutionalization, that's based on CRPD UN Convention. That's not a member country, but member institution. So the European Union is demanding that compliance with the CRPD UN Convention provisions. So it's important to understand that the EU requirements and the negotiation process is not only about some laws and acts of law of the EU, but that also pertains to the standards of other EU-based organizations, including the Council of Europe. And thirdly, from what I have already said, a negotiation is first of all a political process, or the negotiation is a political process, and the rights of people with disabilities is not only the adaptation of acts of law, but it's about the frame of reference, values division. Even if we implement all the legal base, all the laws, legislation on EU for people with disabilities, there's a total of more than 200 acts of law. And if we have, on the off chance, we have implemented them, that does not mean that we're going to reach the same level of values with the EU, because, for example, the institutionalization and the reform of the system of disability assessment, the EU is requiring, without having that sphere regulated in itself, it's requiring, demanding that Ukraine is moving on in that area, because that value in that particular case is more important than the rest of the regulatory framework. And that kind of objective that the EU are demanding we implement something where standards are absent is very difficult for implementation, because we need to first of all look at the case laws, international practices. We need to develop our individual system to adapt and bring them into correspondence and compliance with the international standards of the EU. And through this, because of this, my impression, first of all, again, via cooperation with civil society. Cooperation with civil society is extremely important, because here the state will be able to capitalize on those resources that are available with the civil society. So the civil society will be able to capitalize on what is available from the state, and that could be made into a mutual process. And it's not the last one remark of ourselves. It's not only civil society could be useful to the state could also likewise be useful to the civil society, because we know, or maybe not everyone does, that the adaptation of the Ukrainian disability legislation to the EU standards started off long before the negotiation process, when we became a member of Eastern Partnership, when we successfully implemented the plan for visa mitigation, when we signed the association agreements. So the country has more than 15 years of European integration process and adaptation of our legislation experience of 15 years. And when it comes to people with disability, before the negotiations, there wasn't so much intensity focusing on the negotiations, on the process and the pathway to the European integration, because we didn't believe at that time that within Eastern Partnership we'll be able to somehow come up with reforms. So a country that has the most experience, the most knowledge procedurally and process-like can be helpful, our civil society, because we once helped you, and we were promoting the negotiation process together. I'm done with my presentation. I'm open to your questions, and thank you, dear previous speakers. And I think that people will be more talking about the participation of civil society. Thank you very much, Ira. I like very much that's the phrase, like countries or states of civil society. Actually, I assume that that was that Ludmila Forsova will speak now, and she represents the community of people with disability. She's one of the key people. I mean, she's an advocate. Now, how can community help the country adapt the country's legislation to that of EU, taking into account the peculiarities and the Ukrainian context? Hello, good morning. and they say that the first and last speakers are most memorable. Actually, thank you, Olga, for your question, and I want to continue by continue the words of Alexander and Irina by saying, that I've been a long time. I go back. My time goes back a long when I work for people with disability, and that NGOs of people with disability take part in European integration-related processes. It was difficult to imagine, but now, for example, the Fight for Right organization sits on 3 negotiation work groups for which our highest appreciations to them, that they talk over the rights of people with disabilities, for having a voice, that we can send up our proposals, some of which will be taken into account. We are grateful for the possibilities, and that's very important to us. But I would not be myself if I would throw appreciations, just a few reservations and my thoughts on the European integration, and not only that, because European integration is only part of our law-making efforts. My first thought is about the fact that it's very important that civil society organizations with people with disabilities be involved at the very first stage, like drafting decisions, not presenting decisions. I won't call names right now because there were multiple events when we are invited, and they say it's wonderful, you have developed like an awesome European integration project, and everybody who's disabled will be happy. We start reading, we go over it, and they say we got it translated from a European nation, European country, and then we see after we probe a bit, like medical approaches, institutional approaches, they have preserved, and the country is dragged very hard for that, So Irina spoke about that different area. She said, so it's important that civil society organizations of people with disability be involved in the drafting stage, development stage, not presenting stage, and it will be more efficient. There is knowledge, there is experience, we can be more useful.
My second thought, this is my personal opinion. I frequently attend different meetings and conferences, and I frequently think that actually many things, the institutionalization, for example, a topical thing, but I frequently think that we started doing this not because 40,000 people with disabilities are imprisoned and the quantity is increasing because we have this requirement from EU, because when we go to United Nations we always hear what's going on there. I really would like to have understanding that we are doing what we are doing not for UN but for people. The institutionalization is a thing. Actually, we can take people back from imprisonment and give them new normal life. We can also get funds and informational support from EU how to implement these reforms. There are EU recommendations that people with mental disorders don't have the right to vote, and we will have quite a difficult reform in this field. And we must think of the fact that it's not about EU requirements. It means that more than 35,000 people in Ukraine can't vote. What about their rights to vote? You may think that the critique is too high. I'm a person with disability, and the rights of people with disabilities, it's not a field of work only for me. For me, it's very important to know how the reforms will be implemented because they are the people of Ukraine and we want positive changes, and we are looking at the negotiations process with EU and we see you need a chance to make everything better. Our rights is important for us and we are ready for contributing efforts in order to protect our rights. To conclude, I would like to say that some surveys or studies that we do, the aim of all of this is not a critique. For example, let's look at the strategy and analyze whether it goes with in compliance with EU. We provide proposals because we would like to see the success of the reform. That's the goal. And to sum it up, I really would like to see the situation when people with disabilities are seen as professionals, are seen as partners, are seen as people ready for the responsibility and ready for the monitoring developments and any other stages, because we have knowledge, we have experience, we learn much, we work much, and we will be very grateful to be invited and engaged not only to the negotiations with EU but to other processes too. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to remind you all that people are our priority and people with disabilities are also helping to rebuild Ukraine, to make it better, to make it more comfortable. Ludmila wanted to be the last one, but I have to say that we have an emergency case. We have Mr. Vadim Halachuk, Mr. Vadim. We discussed about the roadmap and the priorities and the challenges and EU legislation and what we as a civil society can do. Our opportunities for coordination. I would like to talk with you about the priorities of Parliament in the framework of people with disabilities, rights protection. Where do you feel that you need support from the NGOs? And the civil society. Good morning. First of all, excuse me, please, that I joined later with all the changes in the schedule of Parliament. The time is an issue. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here, at least online. And I really would like to say that today is a very special day, and I would like to come closer to the understanding the real situation in the country and to discuss the priorities and how we should cooperate in order to be successful in our priorities. To make Ukraine comfortable, to respect the commitments, to make Ukraine more inclusive. Being inclusive, this is not something in the realm of social services. This is the indicator how the society understands the values. And how the country satisfies the demands of the society. And we know that EU is about values, respect to all humans, and readiness and awareness. our readiness and awareness to implement these values. Or, of course, because of the full-scale invasion, the quantity of people with disabilities increased, and society in Ukraine must react. We need to build another system that can guarantee a good life and equal opportunities to all our citizens. This is the basement of future European Ukraine to engage to support the people with disabilities. Non-discrimination and equality are fundamentals for the EU values. And for us, our partners will assess us very strictly in accordance with this commitment. If we're talking about our negotiations and the strategy on the people with disability rights protection, and this is the main document, main regulation, EU members work in accordance with this document when they work on their internal policies. According to this document, people with disabilities have right for equal opportunities and equal conditions of life and work. We call it barrier-free life. And every EU member and candidate as Ukraine, this is a commitment for all these countries, equal opportunities for all citizens. At the moment, the rights of people with disabilities are integrated into all other fields of activities in EU, labor rights, accessibility of goods and services, different standards in the country. Everything, when we talk about this support from the state. Speaking of Ukraine, we have commitments in accordance with the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities and our agreement on association with EU. According to the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, the state must guarantee all rights of people with disabilities with zero discrimination. It's also important to mention the report of annual European Commission report. And here, unfortunately, we see that our partners, European Commission, understands very well the condition of our legislation. And at this moment, our national legislation is not with compliance with EU legislation, especially in the field of labor, so the legislation is not harmonized. If we talk about Ukrainian laws and European laws, when we talk about professional activities, and in general, European Commission is very critical when it comes to the system of social protection, and we got some recommendations how we should work with these gaps. Of course, Ukraine, as a candidate, does everything in order to bring our national legislation closer to the requirements of EU. And of course, our parliament is a key player in everything that is related to legislation. And parliamentary control on implementation of the legislation is also an important field of our duties. Parliament is and will always be an important platform for dialogue with civil society, with NGOs, with experts, with our international partners. And this function of our parliament should be used more actively. Inclusiveness is the priority in how we are shaping the policies. There were a lot of legislative changes in order to protect the rights of people with disabilities. Accessibility was improved, digitalization of services that is always very helpful, and we work actively on new labor code that must be updated. And here the implementation of EU requirements will take place. In terms of non-discrimination, we have a lot of commitments and a lot of work to do. These are the key directions of our work we should be focused on. Standards and accessibility as it is done in European Union, bringing our legislation closer to the goal to make everybody equal, the improvement of rehabilitation, and the support or in forms of technical devices. Medical model should be changed into people-oriented model, and this is about more complex model of a set of services. We would like to work on support of deinstitutionalization, integration of those principle and universal design. This is a process that is really important. The recovery of our infrastructure, the construction in accordance with the principles of universal design that help to increase the accessibility. Of course, we have a lot of challenges, and I'm sure that today we can, with your help, with the help of all engaged people, to talk about the tasks and to build a system that will work for people, to make it effective and quick. We have an opportunity to build new, correct, evidence-based, inclusive model that will leave nobody behind and will help us to build this society where people will feel themselves comfortable, and the standards will be implemented, and we will bring understanding to all that we are moving in the correct direction, and our path is a good path, and all the commitments will be fulfilled. Thank you very much. Here, I would like to stop. I'm very sorry that I won't be able to be with you all day because of our parliamentary agenda, but thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you very much, Mr. Vadim. Thank you for finding time to join us. I am sure that we are moving in the right direction. Maybe we have some questions from the participants, or maybe there are some questions online. Oh, I see the hand. Could you please introduce yourself firstly? Hello. My name is Ivana Mikhailenko. I am the participant of the conference and the course of Ukrainian negotiations process. I work in the Vinnytsia region. People I would like to ask you, are you planning some funds for people with difficulties of hearing for subtitles on TV? And will the authorities on regional level control the subtitles, the translation into gesture language? And where the funds will be there?
Yes, I'd like to thank you very much for the question, but I'm not representing in this particular case neither the Minister of Finance nor any authorities that empower. But I think that when it comes to the context of abiding by the obligations that we have undertaken, I think this should be resolved as well. But in particular, I just know that now the Ministry of Digital Transformation has submitted up a draft law on digital availability, accessibility that stipulates compliance with the European standards on access to digital products for disabled people, and that's also the matter of providing access to visual and hearing aids and services and audiovisual services, so for which programs will be implemented locally. And the colleagues have just shared that it's not enough to adopt the right legislation. That will be the easiest part. When it comes to putting it into practice, when it comes to actually integration undertakings and obligations, commitments and norms to provide access to audiovisual services, then language of gestures and other things that will be stipulated for. But what Victoria said, that in many ways depends on the positive actions on the level of communities, of local authorities, and I will say that again, that it's also will be foreseen in our national adaptation program, and also the rule of law roadmap implementation when it comes to that part. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. As far as I can see, there is only one hand raised. Let there be the last question, but please concentrate on the topic. Be on topic. Hello, thank you, Alexander, for your efforts very much. But I think the same as Ludmila, that when it comes to project development by the office, that projects pertaining to people with disability, so those disabled themselves should be involved to come up with their recommendations, with their vision, because we work with our communities. We know the most painstaking pressure point issues and not everything that is suitable for European. Could you concentrate on the question itself, on answering the question? Also, I've got another. The particular question I have when it came to developing your fundamental ideas from the point of view of the Profile Committee for People with Disabilities. My question is: do you have any specialists from different therapeutic areas that could have provided you with some sort of advice or help you around developing efforts on projects and so on? Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. It's a very important question, but I need to shed some light. I need to clarify something. Our office has a name that drives at coordination of European integration efforts. Therefore, there are draft decisions or draft laws. They are sorted out and developed by the Profile Ministry. But what we do, we work on every project and we work on the draft law that is being considered by the Parliament, and there is a European integration constituent. We issue our conclusions or summaries as to the project's compliance with the European standards. And actually what we're talking is very important, and it is the fact that in the right NGOs and the relevant NGOs for people with disability and at the relevant analytical centers engaged in that issue, if they have some specific remarks and comments as to the draft laws that are being heard or considered by the Parliament, sit in the Parliament, we want to urge you to come to us, to turn to us. You can send up some sort of analytical evaluations or reports, and we're going to take them into account when it comes to preparing for our particular conclusions. Because we need to understand that our pay grade, our competence stands for checking on potential compliance with European standards, and we're open to they're taken into account of the relevant positions and provisions if they're very relevant from your point of view. Thank you very much, and I suggest that we finish this discussion because we're in for more interesting topics, and later we're going to talk about some successful cases on the level of communities, and we kind of get into more detail when it comes to different reforms and deinstitutionalization. I would like to get back to what we started with. It's not only our pathway to the EU, but also our integration in the wartime. I think that it's a war for not only territories and sovereignty, but also the way we see people, their dignity, their rights, and that's something that makes us different from the enemy. And this is why I appreciate our speakers today very much. I'm thankful to Mr. Alexander for finding time within this very turbulent time, and also Mr. Vadim, who represents the Parliament, Mr. Martin, our EU partner, and to civil society experts, Ludmila Fursova, Irina Dokuchova, and Victoria Melnik, as well as all the other participants. We got like 30 seconds technical respite, and it's over to Elena, the moderation. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, dear discussion participants. In my opinion, that presents a substantiation for making real policies and decisions. Now, next panel is about a reform without which no country respecting rights of people is possible. That's deinstitutionalization. That's a process that goes way beyond social security. If I was asked to use how many words will I use to describe this reform, first of all, I would say that's reform is about a choice to live in your community, being supported, having a dignity and freedom. That's a long pathway, but that makes it is making changes and it's transforming that community. So I would like to give the floor to the panel moderator, Miss Yevgenia Bulanova. She's an advocacy manager for the Fight for Right organization, NGO. Hi, thank you for the introduction. And I'm Yevgenia Bulana, and I'm an advocacy manager of Fight for Right. And I want to invite over here our guests. The first one is Deputy Minister of Social Policy, Family and Unity, Inna Solotka. We also got an expert from the NGO, Ukrainian Advocacy Initiatives, Olena Danchenko. And also joining us is Vyacheslav Luka, who is the chair of the Pereyaslav Territorial Community. And also the next one is Angelika Melnik. She's a resident and she is a supported living beneficiary. And another one is Ludmila, director on personnel. And can we have another chair? Because we're missing a chair. Okay, let's start. Getting close to the end of 2025, so traditionally we're summarizing, making a summary of conclusions and do some analytics at the end of the year. So in this year we've got another excuse to do so. That's because that's the first year is running out, and that's the first year of the institutionalization of Ukraine. But before we reflect on and self-analyze on and self-criticize on that fact, I suggest that we play a very inspiring video from our good friend, and that's Michael Bach from who is the deinstitutionalizing expert, and hopefully he's gonna set some sort of inspiring move. And so please, can we hear from Michael Bach?
Вітання з Канади. Мене звати Майкл Бах.
My name is Nibel Bach. I'm working at News Site Institute, Right to Decide, Right of Subjectivity, and I have the honor to work with Fight for Right in Ukraine when it comes to research with in mind with Article 12 of the CRPD convention. At this conference, we're glad to share our thoughts when researching, we're studying. We found some provisions that acknowledge one's right for decision. It is one's will and preferences that is the substantiation to make decision, and also people have to be independent while realizing their decision-making right, and people with disorders have the right to approve decisions mutually dependent. And also that makes it possible to approve legally effective decisions with supported by information that could be and as Fight for Right says, that provisions of law are mostly declaratives. And whatever is recorded in the Ukrainian legal personality mode has no practical things and points for which people really have to rely on when it comes to the right to make decisions and being equal with everybody. But Ukraine is not far from being the only country with these challenges. We can some sort of uneven movements in Peru, Spain, and so on, and in the Czech Republic, in Romania, in Argentina. We can see important steps when it comes to guardianship and the cancellation, then approving decisions on that. There are also provisions on third persons like banks and healthcare institutions that will be used, and that shows that yes, changes are possible, but we're in for doing a lot of things that stand between themselves and enjoying their rights, especially with major disorders, the system of justice and healthcare policy should be rethought, and social support should be rethought, just to make people make decisions as to their own life. And that concerns my own country, Canada. For decades, we made a transition from protectionist approach to a broader approach, a recognition of autonomy and dignity, that everyone has to be able to take part in choosing their life and doing it something to the government. But unlike that trend, in some parts of our country, they're not compliant with that, neither with the realistic steps to put into practice the legislation provisions. So the lessons that we can learn from the point of view of what should be used for the transformation of these systems, and also the implementation of Article 12 in laws in practice in people's lives. Thank you, Michael, for the very emotional address. It's good to feel that we're not alone down this pathway of change, and lots of other countries, nations are going through that, and it could be a very beneficial step by step in the light of some complex changes, very discussable, like about a legal entity and subjectivity, and one's right for life will be very basic underlying, hopefully. But back to the reflections that stand from 21, and I would like to turn to Irina and ask her what major successes were achieved within the first year of the deinstitutionalization reform implementation in Ukraine. What has the civil society managed to do? Now, dear colleagues, I'm so happy to welcome you all. And today we're talking about the right of everyone to live independently and be part of the community. There is such an important and complex issue that I've been thinking about success and what the idea of success stands for. For example, I would say that we can't yet mention any successes right now just to be outright, because we all understand that there's already a deinstitutionalization reform boiling up, and the strategy for the reformation of orphanages and caring about people, disabled people. Before 2024, we understand that some monitoring visits were conducted, and they showed how many violations, how many breaches we had, how many discrepancies, lack of correspondence. So the reform is boiling up. It's high time to do it. That we need to recognize that their rights are violated for healthcare, for social protection, security, and attitude from the people. Because orphanages, why we need to disensibilize. They show a negative experience. They show the way you can't really treat a person. They kind of visualize the mistakes made. We can see. Like in what condition people are there in care institutions. Okay, the ministry is doing the reform. We're working with communities. Our experts go down to different other places to see what is going down and what we need to change. That we're moving in the right direction is 100% sure, because we're studying experiences, and we can see supported living accommodations, and also prolonged care, and the way social services should be provided, whether the relevant standards were adopted, and those standards were like a local subject for discussion. They were then worked around with all the participants of the process, including the communities. Now we understand that we're now in the condition of creating lawmaking and deinstitutionalizing conditions just to make people be part of, be engaged in the community, just to create as much as possible those conditions for the people's accommodation and living, so that people are not left alone. Just people need to visit with each other. People need to get such proper care and support just to be engaged in the community's life as the result. So that as the result they feel needed, so that they have a desire to live and do things. Thank you for the response. That's being outright. It's difficult to mention successes in just 1 year of reform, but the statement that we have the availability of this strategy is already half victory, because a great success for us is about the fact that we, civil society, were engaged in the development of this strategy. She's nodding actively. So we assume that this success will determine our further way of success for the way forward. Yes, I'm sure that we're going to achieve success, 100% sure, but we understand that there should be some sort of synergy between the public, the community, and the state, because as far as I can see, that a lot depends from on the public when people kind of deliver their position on the need to do things, and I can see that we're involving actively the public. The public is expected to help us and make a point to the problems.
This is a big step forward for us to start the changes in a period when people need this help, considering very difficult life circumstances they live in. In the end of the year, people frequently not only bring up the conclusions but also plan a lot for the next year. Deinstitutionalization is a thing, as mentioned the European Commission, and we would like to ask about what are practical plans of implementation of deinstitutionalization and top priorities for the ministry in 2026. Long-term care. We develop Actually, we have this order 888. We looked precisely on what is working positively, but we understand that the approaches should be changed. And in long-term perspective, we think about the network of the houses of supported living and the development of social services. We are working on some changes on the acts and of government and laws. The budget code will also have some changes in terms of the services that will go all national and how they will be funded. And accordingly, we will work on this with our partners. Thank you for your reply. I hope that civil society will be useful for you in 2026. And one more remark. I would kindly ask all speakers to use the mics closer. And Madam Olena, the institutionalization expert, what about your assessment of 2026? Thank you very much for the opportunity to join this discussion. This is quite a painful spot. 2025 is the first year of the implementation of strategy of deinstitutionalization of houses for adults, because the deinstitutionalization for children is in process for decades. Since 2017. I would like to be definite here. This is the first step, and this is a victory. Let's call it a victory. Because people living in the institutions were not a subject of discussion for decades. People with mental disabilities or with psychic disorders, for them the institution was the only option for ages since the Soviet Ukraine. I remember Chernihiv institution, a very far away place, a very remote place. It was the orphanage for children with very serious, severe disorders. And my colleague since 2012, I was the participant of the implementation of the mechanism, and my colleague said, oh, these children will be in the orphanage for all life. It means that a person in the institution wants an institution forever in the institution. Of course, there were different cases. Some girls got married, some became advocates, but these are very rare occasions. Now we have 40,000 people, and institutional care is the only way, the only one program. The fate of these people is programmed. And our victory is as follows. We are now going far from this programmed fate. But there are a lot of challenges. First challenge is war. War brought more challenges and obstacles. A lot of IDPs and institutionalization of IDPs, and this approach is strategically incorrect, because a person who lived like 1, 2, 3 years, the person doesn't know how to bear prone responsibility. Everything is solved for him or for her. This person is supported on the one hand, but on the other hand, this person is not a decision maker for his or her life anymore. That's why I think that there is one more challenge. Deinstitutionalization must happen when it is supported by the state. It is impossible if there will be no services in the communities, supporting services, I mean. The communities at this moment won't be able to do this alone. The social services in communities can't substitute the level of the state. If we take the register, more than 140 providers, but the real quantity is 40 providers. And if we consider standards and the philosophy of supported living, very few. But this process must be simultaneous. If we do not establish the services in communities, there will be institutions. If we consider strategically, then this is a prevention of the situation when people are sent to the institutions. But these people can become a resource for the communities, and this will decrease pressure for the budgets in future. The budgets for communities, the regional budgets, the state budget. These are the main challenges. At this point, the financial support of services doesn't stimulate the exit from the institutions. It stimulates the situation. If the person lives in the institution gets the funds. This is the report from Fight for Right. At this moment, we have this situation. It's real, but we must talk out loud that this is not effective. My organization and other international and national organizations, we support in the field where there are not only studies, but we also support the development of these services. At this point, we don't know how many people from the institutions can live on their own in the community. We are talking about the support on different levels. Some people can stay at home, some can use the supported living. We support the Ministry of Social Policy because now they work on the strategy of social services. When we will be able to provide this support on different levels, two things will happen. Deinstitutionalization. On the one hand, we need gradually to close all the institutions until 2034, but on the other hand, we should create a situation when people from the communities will not go to the institutions. Unfortunately, the institution dwellers, among them only 10% are ready to live in communities. This is our research, and for their readiness, the institutions must today not only provide the roof and food, They also should secure the right. The main right of every person is to live in community, and that's why the institution must take care of them in a way to make them ready in terms of skills to live in the community. And this is our vision. What every player in this field should do. The authorities, the NGOs, and the civil society. Many thanks to Madam Alana. This is a very good instruction for deinstitutionalization for the next year. And I would like to invite all participants to go online to Fight for Right website, because this is the resource where you can find valuable information. Considering the real situation, the current situation with the institutions, and what changes should take place. As Madam Olena mentioned, people frequently are sent to institutions for all their life. I remember that a person left a comment below our video that the institution is not a choice. We live there and die there, and this is a bitter truth, because now we have a survey and a lot of people living in the institution saw the institution as a temporary option to spend some time there, but actually some documents, you get your bed, you can find yourself there very quickly, but the exit from there, it's a very difficult task, because people must get a lot of support in order to get back to the community. And let's remember that segregation and isolation and control, these influences people in not an easy way. That's why we must somehow work on reducing the circumstances when people go to the institution. Yes, this is a challenge, but the reality is that the deinstitutionalization is at risk here, because for IDPs, for people who lost their homes, not only for people with disabilities, but for them the only proposed choice is an institution. Especially this concerns elderly people. That's why we need to somehow implement the restriction on this. Let's not deepen this situation. Let's restrict this. For example, we have shelters that are somehow changed into institutions. Let's consider this and pay attention on this. And I know that Ministry takes care of this. And let's hope that 2026 will be a year of new solutions for us. And speaking of communities, Mr. Vyacheslav, you are the representative of communities. Pereyasliv community is a very progressive community. It's very interesting to hear from you about some deinstitutionalization steps, expanding access to services. What's the situation in your community? Many thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. Dear speakers, dear participants, a very fruitful discussion we had today. We heard and we saw how the legislation on the level of state is done. For us, it's really important. A few words. I would like to, in a few words, I would like to share you information about my community, Pereyasliv community. It's not only the city, this is one of the oldest cities in Ukraine. This is Kievan Rus, an old history, old language, our spiritual legacy. We are so proud of our geniuses, our great prince Volodymyr the Great. Volodymyr baptized Kievan Rus. In Pereyasliv, there were so many events related to our spiritual life. Collegiums, churches, Ivan Mazepa, Volodymyr Monomach, all other important names of Ukrainian history, and of course Taras Shevchenko. We're so proud of history in Pereyasliv. Pereyasliv is a social center for support of all people who have mental disorders and people with disabilities. On the territory of our community, there are about 4,000 people with disabilities. A few numbers I would like to share. Among these people, there are 166 people getting social support, daycare support. We have this social center. This is a state center in the region. The support is very active there, provided by our regional social service. Their support, their help is observant, but people in this center have unlimited and the best accesses and solutions. Also, I would like to say that social services at home are provided to more than 100 people. 860 people got material support. The Center social support is funded by regional budget. And our regional authority is focused on this situation. The 11 million hryvnias were provided by the regional budget to support people with disabilities. Next year, it will be 11 to 12 million hryvnias. People who live there all time.
And this year, with the help of international grants and into our partners, the Swiss company, the Charity Fund, we had the possibility to build up yet another mental health center where people have a possibility to reside within the possible shortest time. We jointly opened up that center, and it has people not only from the city of Pereyasliv, but also from Kiev Oblast, and it happened that way that with the beginning of the full-scale war, our community took a lot of people who are IDP, and that we provided maximum support and care for people living there that came over to us. That's the people that had healthcare problems and also disability. In our community, we have introduced some free of charge transportation system, not only for disabled people but also all the retired people, which includes a social support package by the city hall. That's very important. All the social workers that are employed in this center, they have the right means of transportation, and they can use their vehicles to provide home care for those in need. Also, people having health issues also have a possibility to use the so-called social taxi services that works in our community, but also there are possibilities to provide them with specialized transportation, a specialized vehicle for the transportation of such kinds of people. That's the priorities in our efforts. Was just an example, a case study of what could be done. So my appreciations to all those who care, and my sympathy to all those that have some health problems. And the center of social integration of our community is like a specimen, and we can share how it works. And so I'm very thankful to the Oblast department. They are always with us. There is no intervention that they are not present in. Thank you, dear organizers, for this forum that provides us with the possibility to visit with each other and speak about your work that's indispensable for those that are among the floor. People having problems with disability, sight or hearing impairments, they should feel fully integrated into our care and support system. Thank you. Just to add a little bit to what Mr. Mayor said, yes, their community are doing a lot for the people, and I can confirm this. And they have that center in the community. So the community provided 2 premises, 2 rooms for supported living, and there is MHFU Swiss project, but there is also other people that are there from other projects. There is different forms. There is prevention, there is inpatient unit, and there are also 2 homes of supported living, and the people living there, they also work, and those are municipal institutions, which is very important. We're going to talk about other things. Thank you very much, Elena, for your remark. And Mr. Vyacheslav, the only little reservation, if you allow me, Mr. Vyacheslav, you said people with a problem of disability. It's not a problem of disability, it's a problem of access that people who are disabled have. Now let's hope that Pereyaslav soil will be not only Ukrainianship home, but also the institutionalization home, and hopefully that with the support of the civil society sector by the ministry, we're going to have many more communities like just described. We want to scale it up, and we want to extrapolate it all over Ukraine, because very unfortunately there are places where people don't have access to any services, let alone living, supported living. So it's better we work on potential expansion of that map of progressive communities in Ukraine. If we talk about supported living, then I would like to turn to Angelika, the young girl that is the first beneficiary of supported living services, also has experience working with a personal assistant. It's very interesting to find out, Angelica, how your life changed since you started your life as a personal assistant at a residential supported living center or home. My name is Angelica, and I'm from the workshop of Dream Workshop, and that's a supported living place. What's interesting are my workshop is interesting. And could you please share, Angelica, your assistant? How does she support you? What do you do together? We got no personal aide or personal assistant. We have 6 assistants in the building, and when on duty, they all assist. But I'm wondering very much how exactly that kind of engagement takes place. For example, what does Angelica do with the assistant? What do you get from your assistant? Can I be a kind of translator for the girl? Could you please share with the people, with the guests, like you live in that home of supported living? How do the assistants help you? What do they do? Do they give you any tips or what? Okay, settled in. They help us cook and other things. Okay, you're a little bit tired. Just arrived here yesterday with your assistant, and what did you do? We walked about Kiev. Went out to a park. Went to a cafe. I had some burger. And we also had dinner, supper. We went to a cafe for dinner. Thank you a lot, Angelica, for your experience. It's very important that more and more people get access to supported living and personal assistance and assistance as well, because for people with disability, those services can open lots of possibilities and get them closer to independent life and active participation in community. If we talk about supported living in Ukraine, that's being scaled up. All those changes, they're becoming more and more plentiful, but the Dream Workshop is like a textbook example. So Ludmila, because we had them, we worked with them, we know their experience. So your perception within the last year, social modes, have they changed after that? I mean, the acceptance of your efforts, your home. I will talk about it, about the Dream Workshop. We have 2 supported living homes in one building. One building has 8 people, the other 7, and we also want to fill one gap and one niche for one person. We're looking for, we've been operating since 23, and we take people from mental institutions and from orphanages of that kind. And you know, in here in 25, we started to intercept people that graduated from the orphanage, and their only potential further stay was at a psychoneurologic orphanage. So we just snatched them from that pathway, and yet another event took place. We are working with the community, with her community where she is from, and now we're doing a negotiation, and the community already agreed they will undertake part of the financing efforts, and so we're looking for a good way out, for a good solution. I think they're gonna include all the money in the 26 budget, and we're expecting some lump sum from the community. We sent them a letter asking them to support this initiative and give some money for that boy. And the people themselves, the beneficiaries, they should know that except ourselves, they still have that home community, very supportive of them. And Angelica, according to resolution 8.8, 2 kids are receiving funds, have been for 2 months. So it means it's state money, not only donor money. And speaking about the community, when back in 23 we were looking for those homes, premises, it was very difficult. The community didn't want that. The people were afraid, and we were openly minded, saying these are people from the institution. And yesterday I was approached by one real estate agent saying, "You're expanding. I've got a home for you. I've got a new premise." It's been like 2 years, which was very surprisingly pleasant, that the people from the institutions, their conclusion was that those people from institutions, they are worthy of living in the community, and they can not only take things, but they can also give things, which is important. That's a lot of nature. You give and you get. That was really a good benefit, good profit. So to say, figuratively speaking, we made in this year, in that year. That's a very good piece of news that we can see social moods changing. But because we're talking about a reintegration of an institutionalized person into the community, is a multilateral process. Just the efforts of one person are insufficient. The acceptance of that community is important. Communication that should be ongoing. The understanding that their participation in the community versus the community should be at par. So hopefully you're going to expand over time properly. But I would also like to have some reflections on like co-financing. There are versatile programs to support support from the community. If we talk about temporary supported living, and it's provided by NGOs, as the project founder says, there's the danger, the fear is that the grant money runs out and the person will not be able to go anywhere. So it's important that NGOs have support from communities, from the state, and on the other hand, municipal facilities should also be expected to provide some support and social services. If we talk about supported living, I would like to raise the theme. It's very important that supported living in Ukraine be created according to the pattern of doing by Dream Workshop, the organization, because we see in many EU countries that went through the deinstitutionalizing road, there is a trend that supported living is used as a loophole to change the block at the institution and change the format, change the size just a little bit, while essentially staying the same, unfortunately. And now in Ukraine, we don't want to miss this point. I mean, except in place of, instead of those good conditions that we create supported living, we would launch another sequence of institutions that will work basically the same. So it's not the numbers that should be covered that are important, but we'd rather see a beneficiary as an equal and worthy person, because we're talking about what, guardianship, care, paternalism, and we need to follow it up and keep it in focus. We need to keep it in focus. We need to keep in focus the value-based approach, not self-centered, because we need to prevent this very promising reform to revert back to something less prospective, less promising. Yes, individual approach, that's preferred by everyone. first of all, that's the attitude and rules. So culture to build this kind of set of cultural relations, it takes time, and for many people it's just not important. And then because we need approaches, we need to find an approach towards every person, what they relationship, what they can do, what they could do yesterday, and there is no other way out. And so yes, it's impossible to provide too many people with all of that above. So yes, some European nations say that those supported living formats, like the numbers of people at the center, living at the center, they should be like the size of the average Ukrainian household. Some of them include 10 to 15, but that's very rare. So we need to make it smaller and more individualized story. But we need to remember not only supported living, we need to place our focus on personal assistance and home care, because not all people really want supported living. There are people that can cope by themselves with just a little support from the personal assistant or social worker that can really live with them in their household without any problem. And also on behalf of myself personally, I would like to thank you for, as you said, you intercept the people that go into care institution, like children, teenagers, over to adult institutions, because we've got lots of IDPs and people that were made disabled, but the most people at the institution were those people in transition. Then they're supposed to basically stay within that system A to Z, and it's very important that we provide some support to them, and we need to show them not only they can simply live in a community, but be a full-fledged member and give benefit. We once had a young girl, and she's got a special story. When she finished school, she had no place to live because the parents had no parental rights, and so one day Granny didn't want to. Then she went to the orphanage, mental orphanage. Then she actually met a guy, and started living with him. Now she lives in the community. Yet another story, one boy had his own house in the village down the community, so he used to escape from the orphanage many times, and he believed in freedom. He escaped for a couple of months and then got back. We value him and his feeling of freedom, and we did some negotiation first with the elderly of that village, which was very difficult. The 20 years you've been in care, and now you're back to the village being afraid, was scary. We went to them, then we went to church. Maybe we hoped there will be some people, some caring people that will help repair that building. Also to the cops, was very important to prevent an incident. That was a pretty long way. And from the get-go, we did not have any relationships with all the people, and they held on to us. We made them believe it was possible. Now this boy Vadim has been living like 1 year down in his community. We not only helped him, but we endowed him with that feeling he can do things, and on his own. So we helped him just a tiny bit. So conclusion being, such things happen to people having a residence, but yeah, there are people having a home which became unsuitable for residence, for living in years. So it's better to be supportive than to simply to give them some residence accommodation. So unfortunately, we're a country missing accommodation where so many people turn to us and have no place to live.
A very good remark. We are talking about supported living. I like the idea that supported living is not a permanent service. It doesn't mean that this is a permanent place of living, but frequently people need a period for social adaptation and skills recovery, some time to believe in him or herself. And frequently, a topical thing for people is access to homes. We know cases when people have potential and enough level of skills to live on their own, but they can't get homes, accessible homes. They lack of funds is observed here, and also there are some people that have homes, but they don't have resources for the adaptation of these homes. It seems to me that within this discussion we underline so many aspects that are needed for complex deinstitutionalization. So many important things were mentioned, and one more thing, people need employment. We have 2 centers of daytime employment, and together with Amount NGO, we are looking for employment. This is very important to have simultaneously homes and employment for young people. That's why I think we can talk about the institutionalization as an umbrella reform. It's a kind of puzzle. These all things must be built simultaneously. I think now we all have plans for 2026 and the list of activities. Now I would like to talk to the audience. I suppose that you have many questions. Our dear technical team, would you be so kind to help us with this matter? Volodymyr Kravchuk, Mr. Koval, Volyn region. I have a question to Olena Temchenko. How many people in institution with mental issues have relatives, and how many relatives are ready to take these people to live with them? The second question, among these relatives, how many people have a small income, average income, and big income? I hope that I was clear. Yes, you were very clear. I can expand my question if you need this. Okay, I got your point. This is true that this is wrong when there are relatives, but a person lives in the institution. At the very beginning, we heard the legal personality issue. If the carer is a relative and the relative gets 25%, so he or she is a carer. And let's be frank, in the times of war, this carer can't be recruited, and he uses this advantage. Let's be frank, but the approach is wrong. The general approach is wrong. Okay, but let's put it beyond now. When answering to your question, I would like to say I can't tell you the percentage, but really a lot of people in psychoneurological institutions, people with homes, so they lived somewhere, and these people have relatives. If we consider our mentality, then the smaller percentage in Western Ukraine and smaller percentage of people living in the institutions. But now the age of retirement goes up, and in the families there are people that need care, not roof, but care. But their families must go to their offices and they can't provide the care. And here is the service of providing care in homes. This is not about institutions, this is about help provided at homes, and these services are in development now. But the other problem is when there is an orphanage and there are people who lived all their lives in orphanages. A person is 72 years old and all his life he spent in institution. In other countries, it is done differently. And now in Ukraine, we also have a change where the community will fund. Before 1995, it was a state budget. Now, big institutions are funded by region. And now we have a shift to the funding of service. If there is a person from community, then community must fund. But why does the community should pay if the person has family? In Lithuania, for example, the property people in institutions like have nothing, but in Lithuania the property is given not to the relatives who didn't care, but the property is given to the community, and the community chooses how the person will be funded. And the community can decide whether it's easier to send and fund the institution. The community can decide in either way. The community can give a salary to the worker. The funds will stay in the community, but the worker will provide a care at home service or supported living. Now DI is about dignity. But also DI is about money, about funds, and if now it requires substantial funds, then in future this mechanism will help to keep money and person in the community. And these people left in the community, they will be engaged and active participants of the community. This is not only a question of employment. In Pereyaslim, people with disabilities get small pensions, and they go and work to low-paid offices, so to say. But this is also a kind of support to the person and to the community. This is the answer to your question, but I'm not ready to provide you the exact numbers. We need to talk about every institution separately. Okay, another question. Are there people from abroad eager to take people with mental issues from the institutions? Do you mean children? Yes, I mean children. because I haven't seen such examples when we talk about the adults, but there are cases with children. Yes, there are examples. Adoption. People from abroad adopt children. If there are no people eager to adopt such children in Ukraine, the big progress is observant that in Ukraine there are also people who are ready. There are foster families and they take children with mental disorders. Speaking of adoption from abroad and support of children with disabilities, we should be very precise on the Ukrainian side because many people saw the investigation of Следство Info when Ukrainian children in Turkey really met a tragic fate. So let's not rely on adopted families abroad because it's very difficult to track the attitude of these families towards the adopted children. So we need to think about the mechanisms how to keep children safe. Okay, according to legislation, national adoption is our priority. Only if there are no Ukrainian, the Ukrainians ready to adopt, then we think about options abroad. This is the real situation, and we have mechanisms, and there are international mechanisms used abroad, and Ukraine uses this. We have some time for questions. Hello. NGO educational help for deaf people. Thank you for the support of our community. I have a question to Madam Ina. Tell me, please. Is the ministry initiating meetings with NGOs that are based not in Kiev and have no opportunities to communicate actively and propose their own ideas in order to improve the access of people with disabilities towards social services and employment? Our NGO from Khmelnytsky city, all we do this with the funds from donors, because I was told that there are vouchers for people with disabilities, but for some reason there are no translators. It looks like a person with disability get some additional education, some new professional skill, but there are no opportunity to hire a translator. Not all have opportunities to go to special center where the interpreter or translator is there. That's why maybe if you initiate some meetings, we will be very glad to join and to ask some questions, to get some consultations, and to be in contact and to get some help. This is really important. Thank you very much. Yes, of course, we will have a meeting. Let's exchange contacts. I will ask the Department of Foundation in Kiev, and we will be able to have meeting offline or online. Dear participants, I will kindly ask you to be brief while asking the questions. Thank you. Many thanks to our speakers. Yulia Suchuk, the chairwoman of Fight for Right and co-organizer of the conference. I would like to ask Madam Inna, considering that we are having the fifth conference and a lot of local organizations are present here and activists are here too. It seems to me that this need is mutual. The state needs to understand what is going on remotely, and we have a need to be in contact with the state. The question is, what kind of cooperation between Ministry of Social Policy and activists you see effective? How you would build this mechanism of cooperation in the most effective way? How can we do this effectively? Thank you. Yes, of course, I'm very interested in cooperation. I heard here a lot of very important things. I'm so grateful for expressing your thoughts sincerely. Analytical side is also important when we work on standards. You can see the gaps, and that's why your point of view is very fruitful. I suppose that you have representatives all around Ukraine, and we can have online meeting or offline meeting, or we will write a list of questions and send it to you in order to get your feedback. And of course, we will engage you and ask you to join towards our changes. We are interested in your feedback. We heard so much today. How many people should stay at the houses of supported living? And our regulation number 888. Let's be honest. When we talk to people, we hear that providers can't enter the market, so to say, because they are not able to meet the requirements. This is the gap between the regulation and the reality on the ground. That's why it's much easier to hear the real situation before you work on the regulation or any other document. We really don't want to provoke more difficulties for people. We do not want to provide bureaucratical obstacles. That's why we are open, we are transparent, we are ready to talk to you and to hear your sincere feedback. We would like to know the evacuation process. For example, when we mention IDPs, we see here the problem when in Zaporizhia there are institutions and we must evacuate 600 people. And 2 weeks ago, when in Kiev region there were people sent, And I see the problem that the girl who lived in the institution from early childhood can't use the spoon. She should be taught how to do this. That's why when people move to another place, they face a very big problem. That's why we will be in need of help, because a lot of people are needed in other regions. They must be supported. In September, there was discussed an issue with nurse care. There are people, elderly people, they also needed help, and we discussed this.
That's even when such a way we settle them when a person gets into a hospital and stayed there more than 3 days, then a social worker should be nearby, like talking to the person into actually getting support, getting proper care, just as opposed to getting a care institution. So because during that discussion, when that resolution was being approved, many medical directors of the hospitals also made their comment that yes, it is true, they'll be landed in a facility, in a care, and they will stay there. And then after that, there was the communication that people need to work on that, on some renewed understanding of where the person is and where they should go next. And there's plenty of issues coming up, therefore, and we're going to make a list of them, and we're going to circulate it to you so that we work and jointly do some useful things. Thank you. We are in for cooperation. We're expecting it, anticipating. I think we may talk like that for ages, like one question after another, but we need to keep the time. Thank you, dear panelists. Also want to announce that we're going to look at the institutionalization at our morning interactive presentation. So thank you for joining, and now thank you for your attention, and we are through with this part of our event.
Шановні колеги, прохання займати свої місця, будемо розпочинати.
Dear all, please reconvene back to your seats and let's resume the proceedings.
Отже, колеги, будемо повертатися до роботи після незначної
Okay, let's get back from our lunch break. The panel you can see on the screen is very important today. First of all, because I think that the war has changed our society, ourselves, and our priorities. Thousands of people are getting back from the front with new challenges, new needs, and new wounds. And our objective here is to make the state, communities, and society meet them in a good way, in a kind way, and direct them further down their life path. So today we're going to talk about social life and rehabilitation of veterans and about social services. We've been moderated by Yulia Sinchuk, who is the chair of Fight for Rights. And also the speakers include Mr. Ruslan Brechachko, Deputy Minister of Veteran Affairs in Ukraine, Tatiana Lamakina. She's the Deputy of Ukraine's Ombudsman on absence of barriers for the disabled. Dmytro is consultant from the Ministry of Health, and he's the author of the project Rehab 3-4. Mr. Masinav is invited here. He's a veteran, he's a legal expert, and he founded a center or hub called Principal for the Military. And Katerina, and she's the head of the Women's Veteran Movement. That's the name of the organization. And now it's over to Yula, and fruitful discussion, everyone. Hi everyone, hi dear panelists, men and women that you have found couple hours to join in today's discussion. It's a great honor to me actually that it's been already a third time actually goes back to 23, and we've been talking about the rights of veterans, men and women with disability in particular. Every year, that's the 5th conference in a row about the rights of people who are disabled with disability. So I would like to start by saying, by introducing to you what we have made as an organization, our fight for rights for disabled people. In this particular year, today we have quite a bit of veterans and quite a bit of military. Please raise your hands. Military and vets. And for us, this work, this effort on the strengthening of the veterans movement, the cooperation out of the desire to be useful on the one hand, and on the other hand we need to share our disability experience with the beneficiaries. Maybe the beneficiaries will help you, of end users of that help will help you maybe simply raise those issues. On the other hand, we need to mobilize resources to support those who work in their communities. So during this year we have supported the women's veterans movement, and also we supported some 10 business creation initiatives for veteran women, and also for education. Just very much in a nutshell, the scope of work we're doing for people with disabilities. And I'm talking about this because when it comes to often talking about the rights of people with disabilities and veterans, it's very difficult to find that kind of borderline around which there are communities integrating, and as well as it's difficult to find our joint interests when it comes to advocacy and societal structure. There's some work that's being done at the Ministry of Veterans, providing them to rehabilitation. With rehabilitation, just reverting them back to civilian life. Could you please share your challenges and successes in your efforts? What, in your opinion, have you managed to do, and what comes very relevant, very much to the point in the next 26 year for the community of veterans of both genders? How much time do I have? Well, I asked for 5 to 7 minutes for all the speakers. Yes, because there's so highly esteemed community around me, surrounding me, so we need to respect each other. First of all, stay in good health. Let's start from the vision that in our country culture is changing very crucially, and there is quite a bit of change makers. We can't abstain from saying that, and that looks beautiful. But today, let's extend our appreciation to Miss Tatiana and Miss Oksana Zbigneva, who is the ambassador, and all the team, because they were the engine for these changes. Without these teams, plenty of ministry would be reverted back to rudimentary, to the budding stage. So if you take all the veterans policy, I will mention two constituents. The first one is the fundamental that contributes to the whole system, that's the legislation and so on, that includes legislation, and the other part is the services in particular and the goals we want to achieve. The number one issue is the government has a strategy that sets the first and foremost goal, all of the VET policy, that's human capital recovered, well-being created for all the vets. So we need to do all our best, just to the greatest possible extent, re-include every protector of the country, every defender of the country getting back from the front. Yes, we've got a huge scope of work to do, so we're concentrated on two crucial principal positions. I'm responsible for the first one, is to make the healthcare system and the rehabilitation system to work like a clock for veterans of both genders. There are some core problems, underlying problems: accessibility of infrastructure, of experts, resources are necessary. That's coordination with the healthcare service, or with the Ministry of Healthcare and other instances. So, because our objective today is to break that rudiment, that atavism that stands from Soviet times. If you compare the US and USSR on completion of World War II and the policy, veteran policy in each of the countries. So in the Soviet Union, there was about 3 million veterans with amputations of both limbs, and more than 1.5 million with only one amputation. So lots of people that lost their sight, blind ones, and the policy, everybody knows, that ended in just relocating them and placing them in care, and that was like a cliche, like a stamp of an invalid, and the whole policy was actually concentrated around this. So what was the policy? Just a little pension, you stay at home, or you got some artificial limbs that are not functional, and no mobility, no nothing. And that's our policy, that the one we create. So as of today, we need to actually break away from that story. And what we have done around this, therefore, first of all, a revolutionary resolution, and that's our program of prolonged medical care that has to change the whole philosophy of dealing with heavily, severely injured patients. 23 points on the Bartle scale. That was actually caring and following them on their last journey. But now we say that approach is changing. We may raise them to their feet, some severe palliative conditions, and you can get them out of the palliative condition and get them into normal condition on their feet. But there's plenty of examples like that. But how do we achieve all of that? We need to change the approaches and to make them higher quality. But today we can pay as per cycle of services provided, about 420 hryvnias 1 day of care. Palliative, just to compare, 6,000, and the higher price is more than 1,000. That's a revolutionary approach with severely injured veterans. Another constituent we're very proud of, and Tatiana was a co-author of that, and that's a person that undertook the responsibility. So that's our work with partially to completely blind veterans. We always had blind people, and it's a complex story of accessibility, providing access for those kinds of people. All those matters should work comprehensively. So we have adopted a program for veterans with a loss of sight, adaptation, and it's financed by the state centrally. So we have contracted two first centers, Trinity hubs in Kiev and in Pusha. That's the police hospital. That's comprehensive efforts, the most comprehensive efforts. And at the end, those veterans that have lost their sight will work on their own and will be employed and will have an opportunity for good well-being. We're working with ophthalmologists, with international community. Today I work with the Ministry of Health in Poland, Polish ministry, and with the other countries there are certain arrangements. So we're working to find any modalities and methods on how to resume this constitution. I just posted my report that our ministry is using counterparts to staff rehabilitation or habilitation. That's a new social service. There is a new resolution. Now the Ministry on Veterans Affairs will finance a comprehensive service which will be the logical continuation of the process of rehabilitation. Rehabilitation has to provide for a basis in our program that helps and strengthens the possibilities of veterans of war. That's strengthening possibilities. It's not a story of sympathy. That's actually empowerment to them. We need to empower them. We need to make their possibilities better after the wounds taken in their combat missions. We're going to now unfold a network of experts, teams that will pass down all their knowledges and all their skills and all their abilities to work with them, to the veterans, just to make them have as much as possible comfortable life in new living conditions. So that's an experimental pilot project. It's complicated. It's used a lot of practical expertise. It's not from books, but it's from the best practices in the world. So we have launched this project. We're going to continue such projects that will be aiming to add to and renew and recover the best you can do for our defenders. I will not go into healthcare very much. My colleague, Mr. Dmitro will talk about the Ministry of Healthcare. We have lots of joint projects with them. Another thing is that we launched a new program that will compensate or reimburse for the re-equipment of their cars, making them accessible. And we finance that thing, and that's very valuable. And very often there's the question like, no, not everyone can buy a car, a vehicle, and that's social justice. And that's also on the level of the Prime Minister. We're discussing this. We work on that. There's the latest working edition that we're working on. Maybe customs clearance should be compensated for, like reimbursed for veterans with disability, not for all the warfare participants, but the ones with disability. And this year we also have launched a network of chain of facilities financed by the Ministry on Veterans. Those are driving schools, special driving schools, having the right technical conditions and all accessible access provided for, and the right experts duly trained to teach such people with disability in different categories of driving license. And so we're going to be concentrating on these projects that are now being done by our ministry. That was very pragmatic. And now back to vision again, and just to complete this constituent. And our objective, and it's just for everybody, pertains to everybody, not necessarily ministry. Our constitution says that person is everything is centered around him. That's the key value. And despite the veteran centricity, and so we need to make it, instead of a cute presentation, we need to make it into objective reality. So the legislation, we're embedding in it everything that would disrupt and tear away that's to break away from that Soviet model. You're not an invalid. That's not a sentence delivered, but that's a physical reality we work on. And we recover that to the maximum achievement our science is able to provide. Our healthcare is celebrated. So we sort of embed all the comprehensive models into our legislation. And the very last thing to say, well, when we talk about veterans and about genders, first of all, that's about dignity, and second one is exacerbated feeling of justice.
And the last thing I would like to say is the desire to get justice. This is necessary for any person on any position to be trustworthy and to respect justice. And that's all. When a veteran is ready to and is available to cover his or her needs, this is dignity, and all our activities are aimed to reach so. And the responsibility of the states is to launch all services and processes, all infrastructure in order to make this happen, to support our defenders. We are open for cooperation. Thank you. Thank you that you were so concentrated in your speech. What is important for the ministry, and what does it mean, dignity? And here I would like to address to Madam Tatiana the following. Dignity is very important, and it's so painful to observe when there are two movements for barrier-free society, for have a veteran-oriented approach in policies, but still we have examples and cases when veterans have to fight the system in order to enter the building where he or she lives. Madam Tatiana, could you please share your opinion how the situation with barrier-free access is integrated in order to provide in the center of the veterans, how the veterans are engaged as barrier-free direction defenders, and how we can work more. Where should we change the social perceptions of the country where the veterans are in the middle of society, and where barriers, both physical and informational, can't be justified. Thank you for the invitation, for the questions we're discussing here. Thanks for the dynamics made by Mr. Ruslan. On the level of state, the conditions are launched, but if you think that the state is on the top, but actually the state is making the fundamentals on which the communities can bring up their policies. State construction regulations were updated. There are standards of the accessibility of digital services. Every ministry launched guidelines, and barrier-free services are accessible. And this was step number 1. Step number 2, we go to the communities where the veterans or elderly people or mother with a newborn child live. When they face services here, the barrier-free or the barrier starts. We compared our situation in Ukraine with Canada. In Canada, there are 2 strategies. One strategy is about accessibility. The second strategy is changing attitudes. How should we look differently at each other? What is right in time and what's not? We have a communication strategy, but this work is extremely difficult. Even to change state construction work standards, it was easier to change this than to talk to people. Ruslan told some details about our life in USSR and a lot of norms we have today. This is the legacy of USSR. All things that didn't fit into the image of happy Soviet citizens, these all things were cut, separated. People were sent away to live far away, and unfortunately the shades of this past are still existent in our modern life. The First Lady works to change these. New approaches are heard everywhere. But when we go to the communities, the real situation is different, and we thought, how can we engage the political level of the communities? We are the country with decentralization. Accessibility council on barrier-free questions. Should we have this? This is the decision of every community. We have 2 ways here. On the one hand, we started inviting mayors to participate in the councils of barrier-free approach. We asked mayors to tell how they do this or that. Then we had field visits with mayors to see their barrier-free approaches. We had 2 trips. First trip last year, 10 mayors went to Paris. Today, 15 communities have launched barrier-free routes. This is the real movement in Ukraine. Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, explained to our mayors how she did what she did. She has to rebuild together with the community to prepare Paris for Paralympics. This is the responsibility of the local governments, and our mayors from the communities saw this, and I understood that actually this is possible. Ukrainian delegation has come back from Vienna. We learned approaches. Vienna has its own barrier-free council. Every city has a barrier-free council. It was a good discussion with exchange in practice, and of course we will share with you all the insights. Today, we see that more than 700 communities would like to join the movement on barrier-free routes. 500 communities launched barrier-free councils. We are talking here about pain in our hearts, but without political will, it won't work. And your role, dear participants, is extremely important. All changes in Ukraine in this field started in 2020. In Vinnytsia, they started this in 2006 as the initiative of NGO. This is the example for all of us. The support can come from the civil society, people like you, those who would like to share, who would like to go and get professions to promote barrier-free approach, rehabilitation, social support, architecture, design, accessible digital tools and services. So many things you can treat professionally, and afterwards you can communicate with the local governments from the position not just a citizen, but a citizen with experience and profession, a doubled competency in decision making. I think that your role, dear participants, is priceless, is very valuable, and we need to think how to strengthen the advocacy on the level of cities. Yulia, you provided an example that we, the state, must accept that for us, attitude to veterans is our moral duty and our commitment. That's why a question of ramp will not rise. This must be our important line. Either we all have this moral obligation or not. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Mr. Dmitro, I know that healthcare ministry worked hard on changing this Soviet system of proving disability and make it more people-oriented. After our panel, we are going to present 5 victories and 5 failures in the field of the protection of rights of people with disabilities in 2025. We ask a lot of people, and this reform on proving the disability actually is a success and a failure simultaneously. A lot of people said that it was a success, but there are also gaps in here. When we work with female veterans, we heard from them that the system of proving disability is not so easy and so is simple for them. And the third thing, when we are talking about deinstitutionalization, not sending people to the institutions and giving them chances to live in the community. This is the requirement from EU, and here we can observe that a lot of veterans rely on medical field, and actually they stop there because there are no services in Hromadas. And this is a question to you to reflect over changes in the system of proving disability. What is successful and what plans do you have in future if we are talking about the services for veterans on this medical chain? Are they accessible? Are they of high quality? And deinstitutionalization. What about the role of the ministry? What does ministry do in order not to allow segregation happen? And what about the new norms for the female and male veterans? I'll try to be brief, but that's difficult. The preparation for the reform started at the end of 2022. It was related with the change of the so-called structure of this situation, because injured servicemen with disabilities, this is new category of citizens, because it's not like in the USSR when the veterans were just living somewhere far away. No, these people live with us, and they have many years ahead, many years of active life. And this is a fight for rights, because both Soviet system and Ukrainian system has a lot of rights for the veterans. The problem is not about the rights, but the problem is about the availabilities. And this moment, we are talking about the model of providing guarantees, but the system doesn't provide a real assessment of needs of veterans. What happened? We are talking here about the changes of the process. The process was changed considering the needs of veterans from the point of view of the simplicity of process. Firstly, we got the criteria. We didn't have this in 1992. We got the references from the doctors in commissions. This is the shortest way. The criteria changed. Okay, one document, 1338. The process is described there. The document was put into digital way. It was digitalized, and for the healthcare ministry, it is one more opportunity to react quickly towards queues, towards emergencies. But what is in development right now. Radical shift in rehabilitation system for people with disabilities. The document was launched in 1992 and it hadn't been changed for decades, and now it is changed. This is the plan from the state to the individual. So this is a real change, individual program of rehabilitation. There are several parts with different responsibilities for every field. Previously, a healthcare system doctor should assess all needs of person, employment, home, etc. This is not something professional for the doctors. Doctors are responsible for the medical care. Other things, these are real needs of real people. But now, for every field of life, every department, another department is responsible. Education system for education, for example. It seems to me that the next potential success of this reform is implementation by other departments, their parts. You know, we need to track the individual's needs and to turn this into a plan. And then we will face the obstacles Tatiana has mentioned. The accessibility of these services in small communities. In big cities, the situation is easier. And this process is simultaneous. The assessment from the point of view of the functions. Unfortunately, we inherited the model based on diagnosis, and the doctors used to work with diagnosis. And we need to change the approach. We need to see the potential, what the individual can do or cannot do. Because if the person is available of doing this or that, it's not about the diagnosis. One of the services that has already taken place, this is care. You started talking about care. Now the need of care is separated from the disability group and linked only to the limitations of some functions in this is a very observed change, and this should happen to other components.
Чи може ця людина самостійно готувати вдома їжу, або приймати душ, або виходити?
Or anything on the third, what matters is actually whether they take a shower at home and are able to walk out of home. Statistics, diagnosis, so that's why the reform was acknowledged as success, because we were going through a lot of changes. But why it's unsuccessful? Because the end user, the person with disability, got process-related changes compared to the specific changes as related to them in their favor. But that concerns not only a healthcare reform, but a reform throughout all the ministries on reimbursements and payments and guarantees and safeguards provided to all the end users. Thank you very much. Hopefully, for the way forward in the next upcoming years, we're going to have very active development of the next links of the chain that are necessary to provide for the lives of female and male veterans with disability. From must say, first of all, thank you very much for taking part in our conference for the second time. And I know that for me in person and for the community, the job that you're doing, the efforts and your personal contribution is very important, indispensable. And As for this kind of public space, when you speak about your experience, your acceptance of disability, and shedding light on many problems and critical things, and also that pertains to you doing awesome analytics, and that really sets the motion. They are further movement by indicating to some critical things for the community, but again being based on very well-grounded and high-quality analytics. So now you got an excuse to because we have heard from the ministries, from Ms. Tatiana, and you as somebody representing the community, a co-founder of an NGO, please give us some sort of honest assessment on whether we're moving in the right direction, and actively by how much that suffices. And secondarily, what could you advise the veterans and people with disability, activists of both genders, for more substantial fighting for their equal possibilities, opportunities? Okay, I will tell you a couple of stories that happened very recently. My brother in arms that I fought together with back in 2015, and now it's been 20 days since he got mobilized. He went to the army, but he's got some problem with the joints, like he's risking all the time that is they're gonna get numb and as he says, wooden, still, and he won't be able to move. So when he went to the hospital, they told him, yes, there is such a disease, what's the rehabilitation? And Google it, they said. I'm not lying, I swear. Because the kicker was, okay, you can Google it. Yes, we have helped him, thanks to Mikhail Revutsky, that had some clout, and you got connected with some people, so got instructions. Okay, the most interesting thing, that guy was 22 in 2015, I was 32, and he was 22 at that time. So he's been with the army like 10 years or something, more than that. So, even when everything is out of hand, because the pelvic part of the organism, eaten up by the disease, he won't be able to move. And to me, that injury is related to the war, like you are wearing armor, vest, all the time with a very heavy load of the vest of the armor and all the other things. The state will never acknowledge that was war-related trauma or injury. It's not a wound. So he will not be found disabled officially, most likely. If he is found, he will be still fit for some staff work, HQ work. I'm not telling them just give us the money, just recognize that person that has invented like 10 years of his life, precious life, into this country. And that happened not yesterday, that happened in 2025, like we are posting some cute things, doing some very good presentations and report beautifully. Another case, another incident, I will tell you. There's a company, I'm gonna name it because like I'm a sucker, I've got to name this company. I once saw an ad from a clinic, pay clinic, and I spent 24,000 and I was checked up, and they said that the blood does not get to the brain, and so on. You've got deficiencies of that and that, X and Y, and the bill was 240,000 hryvnias. And then I went to GPT chat, the coolest guy you can talk to. No, I said, you are Mr. Brain, Mr. brain, I've got this Medeus logo clinic. So I go like, who do I call? Do I call Mikhail Rudnitsky? Like I did, and he said to go to that particular clinic. He told me, he goes like, go to that particular clinic. Okay, yes, they did it, but then they said, no, dude, your cholesterol should be fixed, and you should be like on downers, and that's it, and you're free to be an astronaut. That was the second story, you know. Now, there's one thing in common about these situations. Most likely, I'm sure that both Dmitro and Ruslan and Tatiana all together, we can very well describe that rundown. Very, very awesomely can describe. You know, just believe me. And that's what I take advantage of. You know, because the last thing is citizenship. Not by default. Okay, anyway, the question is, the matter is, the top thing, the bottom line of this story is on protecting those rights is that it's important not to become toxic. If I was toxic, you would give me a pretty good hand for my presentation, you know, while standing. But the problem is it never resolves the issue. So I understand that I'm living this kind of paradigm that justice does not come by default towards you. Never it will be in such a way that the state would be just and fair towards you, and never in your life, no way. So next stage, which is very important, it seems we need to change the paradigm of thinking by describing the potentially right thing, because our story of defending Ukraine has proven that we're by much more humane than Europe and the U.S. Valuing it. So we value democracy, and we're ready to fight for it. Because nobody has fought us since World War II. Like nobody's fighting but us, but ourselves. What I mean, we can achieve things we want. The only thing we're lacking is our faith in the possibility. You know, after the Principle was the name of an NGO that I created after my wound, after I was wounded. So I thought there would be a great line of such organizations advocating for the rights of the military. There is none, believe me or not. Only 4 organizations wrote down the concept of veteran policy. You know, there is a member of parliament was not a very good man, and he said, "Who knows in general what was the concept? What's the concept of veteran policy?" Well, I'll go like you're more than what? It's the 3rd year in a row that, and I consulted the NGOs, and Ruslan also did that, and just a bunch of people, and and he's writing a heroic post. Like, who is that? Nobody. No, the next question is very important. People without expertise in this area, they are harmful, bad way. Talking about myself when asked about inclusivity and being barrier-free. I only have one eye, and I make those horrible mistakes because it's important that you become experts, and you should be experts in what you're versed in, which includes the ability to talk to your opponents, because they might come up with expertise as well. But otherwise, on the off chance of it doesn't work, Yulia Tymoshenko will make a decision about the artificial limbs you're going to use. She's already doing that, because it seems we were lacking expertise in our votes and our voices. They are experts too. They manipulate, they use resources, but unless we come up with that kind of expertise, unless we explain how to do what things that are right, then somebody like a slacker comes around not being versed about anything and will do whatever they can. Sometimes like you take all those responses, all those replies that when you talk to them, like it's a crying shame, it's embarrassment, and so on. Okay, just one simple thing to be said. It is actually very important when talking about all our people protecting activities. It is absolutely important, categorically important to be ecological. Um, I once took part in a panel on women's equality, and I was called a sexist, misogynic, okay, it's not my native language anyway. So just to get around my advices, around the ambassadors delivering our problems, because there are no people that by default should be knowledgeable about your problem. There are no such people. Even myself, an advocate, I don't know the particular rights to be protected. So my very big piece of advice to you, and I will be very grateful if you do it. Please get in, get included, create organizations. Please protect your rights, because otherwise there will be somebody else who will grab that thing instead of you yourselves. Thank you for your, I wanted to say, courage, bravery. It's not to the point, okay, for the particular practical examples, hands-on experience. And I assume that especially when you start, only your activism only starting up, and I will advertise your principles, your approaches, your analytics as the top quality, and something we as an orientation to us, we look up to when we do something like our interventions for people with disabilities. Actually, that's thanks to the team. So you need to cooperate. You need to hit it off with people, able to provide you with quality analytics. And I'm thankful to Tatiana, Ruslan, Dmitro. And I will tell you again, if you see Taras, just tell him he's a fag, he's an asshole. Just do it, because he's a prick, he's a harm, he's a trouble. You know, because I know they are on that in his organization. I could be instead of them, but there is a member of parliament that has come out and has posted and has dragged all our efforts. You know, what are you, dude? You completely lost it. You know. Okay, now. Okay, my car might be towed, so I'm asking for a word. Okay. There is a ready-made potential message, just a surprise on the social networks. Well, I can record it. I can video record it. Okay, right, Katerina. We've been cooperating the second year with you as an organization, and this cooperation is very important to us because before I actually started to work for the rights of people with disability, we tried to do what Nancy just mentioned, and it was to build up expertise, build up that experience, and again that goes with those that have been working a lot and long time in this area, like with women's veterans movement. So now please tell me, veterans, female veterans with disabilities, so is there any logbook or any roster of those guys, list of those guys official, and what is more important when we talk about veteran policy, we automatically have like a visual image, not supposed to have only the visual image of a person, but there should be also that of a female defender. Yes, thank you for the question. We're talking about veterans and women veterans. We're talking about different social groups, but we cannot put it up all together. To me, the veteran policy should be in priority, but you may dislike what I what I'm telling you, but the veterans, contrary to the fact that their needs are top important, but there is also the country's defense, yes, which is an important defensibility of the country. They need to see our social structure, the labor market, and so on. When we talk about inclusivity, that by much wider, and should be started from good education, school education provided to children in the village, in the countryside. Throughout all this story, there are veteran women that may represent a group of people with disability. She could be also a mother or a single mother. And actually, when it's about mothers have a lot of common with wheelchair people, because that's all about access. We need to talk about access, and when we talk about veterans of both genders, we mean that yes, we've got like a roster of women, but if you look into politics, there is no politician that practices some individual approach, taking a look at your personal barriers. Don't just spoon feed them with those services. There's no need for that. Dear veterans, sorry for that, and every person is supposed to have an equal access and rights. But what is it about that the person themselves have to enjoy those rights, while the state should undertake to create a structure, infrastructure, some social areas of activities and cells, like citizens, communities, just to build a barrier-free area around all of that. Veterans have needs for education, and we need to take into account their circumstances, like had multiple injuries, had a concussion, no invalidity, disability status officially, nobody is recording that, and that's about the accessibility, access, and I can't disagree. That stands from Soviet times, because the system was built in such a way that the person as such wasn't recognized, and we're still inheriting the residues of this system. There might be some old guy with brand new fur coat, like good reforms, but the understanding of the fact that you open up a coffee shop and there might be this particular guy coming over, this particular one, all of them are different and versatile, and they don't have to drink the same coffee every time they come over. When Andriano, a highly esteemed person, was wounded, had a spine fracture, which was very surprising that he's walking back again. But when they were on rehabilitation, you just walk out to the street and you can see it's very difficult, and like a bathroom in the basement and so on and so forth, and dignity stuff. It sounds cheap shot, but all starts with a restroom, and that's dignity, satisfying your basic needs. It's your ability to do. I remember in Vinnytsia.
We launched it thanks to support for Fight for Right. One of our participants work in Office of Veterans in Mogilев-Podilsky. They discovered that the veteran that lost his ability to see is living somewhere at the suburbs, and the woman, his wife, left him, and his apartment was dirty. His mental condition was very bad. It means that every policy is good in theory, but we still face the situation that it's our efforts and the efforts of the individual with the disability in the times of war, or a person with disability still has to demonstrate efforts to live life for 24 hours even. the barriers for moms with newborns. We are talking here about educational needs of veterans and children in the village. For state is not a good mom or a bad mom. The state is a tool that should work as a mechanism and launch infrastructure to take care of people. In 2023, we got the inclusivity guidelines we talk about this in educational institutions. We understand that all efforts of state are aimed towards war, and I would like to see more engagement of business because the state does too much when covering these needs. But if these services are developed in communities by NGOs or business, this will be more effective because it all starts when you go to your local level, your work, your family, your community. This barrier-free knowledge should be promoted from the level of school. This is an uncomfortable truth that other people won't cover your needs. Unfortunately, even in 2023, I saw in organizations of veterans with disabilities that they greet the idea of the assistant, but in reality, this assistant or additional window should not be of use. It's a question of empathy. For example, if you would like to give your place in queue to the veteran, so they should not be like defined and separated. The veterans should not be defined and separated in so to say bad way. Then Horika. Our expert Nina Matsuk works with Horika, and she worked on accessibility guidelines for the field. And I remember event where Mr. Tereshenko came. Mr. Tereshenko had prostheses for 2 limbs. I brought him water, but I didn't think that he also needed to stick to drink this water. And the Horika thinks about these things. We must become clever as the society. Thank you. Many thanks to our speakers. Madam Tatiana, I will be very brief towards what you said about the toilet. This is the issue of dignity, and if there is a resolution of our conference, let's follow the Vienna's example. They have 4 criteria how they check toilets, the accessibility, toilets, navigation, elevators. So, dear businesses, could you please check these criteria? Veterans and elderly people. When we are talking about one category of people, I would like to add that we also have situations when mothers give birth to children very early, and these children, they have some disorders, and this is a separate track, the route from a newborn with disability. If you are interested in this topic, please join us. We will work on this. Thank you very much for this criteria. We have a lot of experience in the field of organizing different conferences. In Kiev, it's not an easy task to find the venue in Kiev, and if people who are using wheelchairs will live in the hotel. This is also difficult, and security criteria is also important. In 2023, we were adapting bomb shelters for people with disabilities. We adapted 2 places, but this is also an important criterion. To sum it up, I would like to call you it doesn't matter where we stand, we should define our own commitments on the individual level. What can I personally do in 2026 where we can be useful and help the state, to help the ministries to meet the requirements of EU, and to make our route and every mayor. We are talking here about ministries, but mayors and the chairman of the villages, this is also very important. We can launch guidelines because mayors also need this information and how to work with the activists. Okay, questions? My name is Oksana. I'm a veteran with disability. I'm a hard competition participant. I'm from Vinnytsia. A question to Mr. Dmitro. Recently, I had my second commission for the second group of disability. I was successful, but in order 1338, but there is no example of complaint there. The example of complaint is very important. Could you please launch this? Because if the complaint is done in the wrong way from the point of view of bureaucracy, then it won't be taken for acknowledgement. The pattern of complaint on the healthcare website, you can find the information, and you can find the sample of the complaint on the website of the health ministry. But I would like to reflect on the situation in general. This is a conversation between 2 officials. I know that you talked to Madam Davis yesterday. I thought that you were that basketball player. We have so many female veterans. My competition part will be tomorrow. I will come there. I would like to continue this topic with the appeal during the commission. Right here, right now, there are some changes for the veterans. For the servicemen, there will be separate teams. We invite military doctors because for civil doctors it's difficult to understand the functionality and such team has already started with good results. So the appeals from servicemen will be sent to these teams only. The military doctors will be involved because they know military traumas better. Do I understand correctly that now, Oksana? I will do the same as Masi told you, because the same situation I got with the lawyers, but it's difficult. Actually, this is the question of individual and individual documents, but I can promise that the process will become better. A short remark. Reform is very difficult. Officials, politicians shape visions, and sometimes they get remarks, technical remarks from the communities when the person somewhere is unprofessional. We had a discussion. Okay, we have this scope of questions in the field of work with veterans. We need civil society control. And we thought about this opportunity a lot. But the question is to find people, and they can accompany the veteran during the process. Now, healthcare ministry changes the bureaucratic procedure, because the idea is that the supervision boards in all hospitals should engage the veterans. It means if veterans goes to the hospitals and something goes wrong, this veteran will know that there is a veteran like Masi is in the board, and the veteran will call to this veteran in the board directly. Hello, my name is Tatiana. I am a female veteran, and I have a question towards Mr. Dmitro. I have an acquaintance of mine. He's 27 years old, and he has cerebral palsy, and every 2 years he has to go and prove that he has this diagnosis. I have my brother in arms. He doesn't have 2 arms and 1 leg since 2016. The same situation. He has to go to the medical commission and prove that he is a person with disability. That new limbs didn't appear. Maybe my wording is not that perfect, but are there any reforms in this field? And is this fine that people with disabilities have to prove to somebody that they have this disability? Firstly, I think that this is the question of definition. How is it detailed? in 1338 document, you can see the criteria and different therapeutic, different things in therapeutic area. It is all detailed, but doctors, for them, it's really difficult to read such documents because for the first time it is impossible to provide disability for life. It wasn't stated in the documents, now it is stated. As now we have digital system, now there are digital methods of tracking whether this is a disability for life or not. We can see it digitally, and now it's easier. If this time it appears that the person doesn't get disability for life, it will be, so to say, bad miracle. This should not have happened earlier. But when we are going about general approach, where should the person with disability should go and be checked once again. Actually, this is the system built in the United States of America or Germany. They don't have disability for life. This is built in a way to allow the country to change the support plan and to see are there some new services to add. Different countries build these differently. Some countries do the second assessment medically, but once again, this is not about the proof that new limbs appeared or not. Are there any more questions? Hello, Volodymyr Kravchuk. A question towards Mr. Ruslan. You mentioned so many people that lose so many limbs. What about this sports rehabilitation? I'm a coach, and people I would like to say something. I'm going to show you the video with two high limb amputations. Is a better table tennis player than me. I have this video. I can show this to you. Today, by sports and game, we prove that any kind of therapeutic area is not a verdict. People can come back to life with belief on themselves.
He had a prosthetic leg. He's not tall, and it was real fun how he was handling the ball. And looks like an excessive workload on artificial limbs causes a disbalance, and they break down very frequently. The prosthetic business is going ahead, is evolving, and it should be based on practical examples. So the more sports you observe, the more experience. Yesterday I had a meeting with billiards federation. Okay, if you want to play billiards, you go get billiards. Okay, I will talk to you in person afterwards. Plus, on absence of barriers. Well, I turned to them so that the mayor the mayor will visit whatever place, will see ramps by schools, by whatever, and there is a problem. For example, in Kovel, you have seen, and it's known for sure that they're gonna just do it like an artsy-fartsy way, just to draw a picture of themselves and no progress. Like if they move, they will provide for lack of barriers, for absence of barriers, just in front of it, just to show off. Well, I lectured at Administrative Services Center, and there was like a deputy mayor there, so we gave them some sort of we filled them in. It's very simple. In my portfolio, my business portfolio, there's different areas. There are things coming down from the minister, like those missions, processes, and there is no 25th hour or 8th day on a week. So when I set priorities, I look at some processes with more alignment, with powerful team, and they're going ahead. You just better not get in their way. That's the best leadership. You put it out in case of a fire, or maybe just give a little nudge. If need be, that's the system of orientation coordinates. So when we had that story on veterans policy, like stop declaring, but how else can you make it work? If you look into a state program, they were written by no fools. No fools wrote those programs, and when I looked at all these programs, I said I'm a profile deputy. My position is very simple. Like I'm stupid, you're all experts. Just come down and talk about how to do it right. For example, our system of adaptation for blind people, I just seated them at one table. Those have an expertise, those from the UK international community. What do we do? I asked them, I'm gonna go to the lady first, the minister of veterans, and all the other guys, and I will just talk to them, and they will do everything. And I go like, yes, obviously in your community of veterans there are people with impaired sight, and just don't squander the money away. Do your job, do communication, look into the core of the program, and we're going to help you if need be. Because if the team is too small to do this, to provide for the provision of this service, we're going to do it on state money. And I myself am having negotiations with every potential provider. So from Kamenets-Podilsky, they said they were missing 2 specialists. So I wrote to the local administration, and it's interesting that the mayor of Kamenets-Podilsky just wondering. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a bit, and that mayor about those veteran business, veteran affairs. So I've got 100,000 things to do every morning. So my story was there should be some Ruslan Prikhachka, quote unquote, that wakes up and starts thinking about the veterans in the area of his pay grade, not thinking about Olympic Games, kickbacks, bribes, in-laws, cousin, some multiple family, single mother, or disabled people, or veterans of the war. So when they wake up and think about their KPIs as per day, that will be fine. The point is that, for example, McDonald's is not created by the state, and all the best practices are never created by the state, by government. So that's a populism they go down to the front line, to the military. Once they got two arms, two legs, they're not gonna go to the troops. And I will add to what Ruslan has said. There are no simple solutions. Now there is no Saakashvili in our world on decision making. You've got to sort it out, and I'm sure that the state has never done anything up until the time before society actualized this problem. The state is also Ukrainians. It's made up of Ukrainians that are in the war. So this is why the capacity of the state was exhausted back in 2023. We need to do something. Just one example to cite, to add to his words. Early in this year, we launched a program for payoffs to the veterans, like for sport related activity, and every quarter we pay every one of them 1,500 hryvnias, and they go like that's a ridiculous amount. Now we said you just should adapt your prices to the cost or value of the state program. Okay, we signed a memorandum. We asked them motivate the others and show an example, and they adapt all their purposeful program to the veterans. And then there was a situation when one of the veterans in the city of Lutsk, if I remember it right, like on a wheelchair, he comes to Sport Life and he can't just get in, like a communication crisis. Then here by the entrance, he says, I'm declaring some timeless hunger strike. I'm a veteran. I protected this country, and it doesn't give me shit. So do you know what this story ended in? All the owners of Sport Life came down to Lutsk to have a negotiation, to have a deal with that veteran. He was never taken by the police, nothing. Then they call me and go like, do you have a team of experts that could come over and help make our sport gyms barrier free? And just we need experts, and we need some consultation on what to fix. That was example of civil society action. I just told you up until they expose some certain chiefs of economic units are like and responsible for inventory, that up until they deal with them, nothing will happen. So Tatiana Lomakin and the great expert team have to they have to explain to us, and we as the executive power have to do all the substantiation programs, orders, mechanisms, but local responsibility is local responsibility. Doesn't look like we can cover 1,500 facilities and check for safety or ramps or access. They will be appearing. They will keep appearing, and we'll have to deal with them. So local veterans should be active and proactive. The veteran position and engagement of state authorities with the Civil Society Institute. Thank you for your reply. And as to the gym, the Sport Life gym, I have a comment because I've been working quite a bit, many years, protecting people with disability, and that case could be like anti-price for not providing the barriers, and scandal-wise, that gym is one of the winners. We all know that activist Dmitry Chepetuk back in 2014, and he's into swimming, and yes, he had trouble getting through the checkpoint, and the same pertains to children that were refused. And I don't remember if in Lutsk there is Sport Life. In other words, if the veterans have managed to make changes in attitudes, in feelings. That's a very big victory because for years we worked with different legal experts while sport life was very reluctant to take the changes. So that's again another case where the veterans can intensify their fight for being barrier free. It was broadcast on YouTube. It's already out. It's already running. Somebody has been watching already. YouTube won't be blocked. Couldn't care less in this country. Can I? Mikkel Alek, and I'm an ambassador for organ transplant and donorship, blood donorship in Ukraine. I'm advocating for people with disabilities. Would like to just give some information to Mr. Dmitro that changes made for people with disability to improve their conditions. It's not necessarily you have to go take a checkup through a checkup to be officially acknowledged an invalid. Everybody remember that pink leaflet describing a rehabilitation program, so you can make changes without going through a disability medical commission. They are risking to lose that disability status, or for example some biased consideration of a certain commission, like disability invalidity groups will be changed, downgraded, for example, or upgraded, and they will for example, in this case, when you go through individual rehabilitation program, your disability is in your favor. Also, you said that amputation is an obvious disability. Hematology is another complexity. Systemic diseases of internal organs are a much more complicated thing, and you can't see disability just at a glance, at first sight sometimes. Can I just respond somehow? Look, if you compare the system for the evaluation of, in general, system of approaching disability in Ukraine versus the EU, we're going to see they are about different things. When you call them invalid, as opposed to invalid, that could be some sort of temporarily, partially functioning. The state can evaluate the factual conditions. So throughout the world, I'm functioning and I'm not getting a document for this. Instead, I'm getting a document on what my needful support is. Like in Austria, we're just back from Austria, we saw there is 7 levels of support, and there are people with disabilities, they, without this commission, they kind of know what they are, but they look into how much effort they should make to make that person as independent as possible. Why am I talking about this? Because today, when we talk about that status given to the person, and that's tied to benefits, exemptions, and guarantees. It should be not about the disability, but where we as a state, as society that pays taxes, are ready to support someone in a consolidated manner. I hope very much that by making this change, we're gonna go through a number of discussions and make the right decision, but everything everything is up ahead. We're in for everything. Like I know how I function, where is my functioning, how am I different from the others, where what's the particular weak point requiring, in my case, compensation and support, by how much the state can help, requires some scoring system that will tell them, here I lose my function, there I lose my function on that thing, just to make this system work and pan together. We need support. Why am I pitching like this? Because you're thinkers and we like the matter subject under discussion is very much profound. Let's just check on ourselves. And the topic is throughout the conference that Ukrainian is getting European and European integration, and but we want to scratch the right edge connecting to Europe. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay, that's true. Can't disagree. And it's not about these events, but also it's preparing for those studies that were published. Please go on Fight for Right, the analytical section, and look at the studies. They've got studies, some particular ones on how the EU perceives disability according to the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, and how they react in different EU countries, how they respond to these problems. Some say that there is one hand raised long time. I can't see from here, but if you see Katya, will it be enough for 2 questions maybe? Please get up, stand up, and you'll be approached with a microphone. Hi, my name is Tatiana. I'm a veteran, and by saying I'm a veteran is like an AA saying I'm an alcoholic. But I'm a veteran with disability. My question is more for Ruslan and Tatiana. I'm a veteran, I own a business, and I'm very interested in a platform where business can contact people with special needs. Just with special people, because as a veteran I just couldn't find my work after I quit the armed forces, because I've got an invalidity group. I cannot work full-time, I need to work part-time, so I cannot stand excessive workload, the loss of consciousness and so on. That all is piling up, and nobody knows about that. Is there a platform where businesses can contact special people and vice versa, so that there is the right fit between the abilities and the demand and supply, to just to have a benefit? And we're talking about those reimbursements. Not that I don't need those reimbursements, but I want to have a chance to live on, and I want to be a full-fledged person. I don't want to be an Untermensch. I know that when it comes to employment, when it comes to some reasonable objects to be usable as aids, yes, that's. No, comments from Tatiana, no, that was about accommodation, no. Well, first of all, vision related, then pragmatism. Throughout the last 12 months, I can see a very substantial rise in the legal consciousness of business, of employers. Like in the beginning of this year, the big business initiated its talk to the veterans by itself. Now there's some companies, hubs that got together. Our minister took the lead, and so it's business friendly to veterans. Business does not ignore, does not. Is not evasive, says it's okay. We want to hire veterans. We want them to hit off with our team. We want to create conditions. It's about the muddy tone, what is good and what is bad. It's not. It's consolidation and culture. There is a major progress achieved. So there is lots of employers acting like that now through. Our Ukrainian Veterans Fund, we launched the first platform for the employment of veterans. It's called Veterans Korea. Have you seen it? I have. Yes, I have, because I told you I've got a dairy farm. That's my business. I've got cows, and I wanted to hire some guys. That was quite a way out for me. My farm was quite a remedy from my wound. I wanted to quit that depression. I wanted to find myself.
I think that you are talking and thinking wisely. These let's not be customers. Let's be people with dignity. This is a philosophy of the direction of the veterans policy. Today, as an employer, you can publish vacancies, describe the people you need. What is so specific about this platform? AI algorithm is present there. As a veteran, I'll write my CV and point out my experience. My military, the algorithm will analyze this and show the best matches. This is a very well-designed mechanism. The employer and the employee will see, both will see the results. We have successful cases, the real examples that it works. Now there are more than 43,000 vacancies on the platform. The employer just comes, it's not a commitment, the employer just comes and tries to use. If you come and try and check, it will be a valuable feedback for us. And I would like to add that after injuries, our productivity is different, and there are compensations for the loss of productivity in EU. State funds pay this. Partly and partly what person earned. Okay, this thing is ahead for us. Ruslan shared the experience of Poland, but we really need to have the pilot of this. As soon as we become a member of EU, we will be joined to the structural funds of EU and get the funds for the compensations like this. But if we haven't developed this as a system of productivity assessment, then this is a big pause ahead. And we are very interested in your form, so let's collaborate around good ideas. And also I would like to advertise business initiative of Tetana Milk Farm entitled Gleya. I hope that the next year we all will try this wonderful milky milk products in Zhytomyr region, and this is one of the business initiatives of Fight for Right. Center for Disaster Philanthropy helped us to support this. And this is the demonstration of how veterans work in communities. Many thanks to all our speakers. We're a little bit out of time now. I do believe that in 2026, this conference will be an opportunity to gather together again, and we will have a lot of big shifts in not only theoretical but also practical use on all levels. And to sum it up, many thanks to all our defenders, brave men and women, for our opportunity to be here now. Thank you so much. Yulia, the chairwoman of Fight for Right and a co-organizer of the event, Mr. Yuri Stepanets, activist, the chairman of Пішло Поїхало, and Evgenia Bulana, Fight for Right representative. Okay, let's continue. This is our initiative because every year we frequently hear about the same problems every now and then. And in advocacy and support processes, we must understand how the progress is going on, because we get a lot of attention and this is good, but we need to hear how people on different levels in communities face the changes in legislation. That's why we established the initiative to ask people. We asked people with disabilities as without disabilities about their opinion, what can we consider victory and what we consider failure in 2025. So we would like to sum it up. Yevgeny and Yuri worked in this field and they're going to show us the results of the questionnaire. Dear friends, I was very glad to join this initiative. The topic is important because about victories and failures. This is usually not a bureaucratic report. This is a feedback from real people, because bureaucratic reply is something is good, something is bad, but we are working on it. But people who answered our questions actually spoke of real experience. This is a good thing to have such an opportunity. I'm glad that there is information to fill in into the questionnaire. Tell me please, how many, did we have more victories or more failures? We analyzed more than 200 people fill in the form, and it was difficult for us to understand what was actually a victory and what was a failure. Because a lot of categories were simultaneously a victory and a failure. And was it a barrier-free directions, changes in this field? Okay, we are not at the final point. We can't call the victory a victory, but the changes that exist, this is a good step forward. So we like to believe that we had more victories than failures. And we see a big yes, it's difficult sometimes to define between victory or failure. Okay, excuse me, please, problems with sound. Okay, there were 5 categories. So I'm going to read, and then we will communicate with audience. But in general, let's start. The first category, barrier-free construction, victory, strengthening the legislation on monitoring and control and obligatory character of activities in different fields, digital field, awareness from the point of view on the level of bureaucracy, accessibility as a standard in 2025. And now let's talk about bad things. Okay, failures. A big gap between regulations and reality. beyond strategies and other documents, the implementation from the point of view of state and businesses, but no effective mechanisms of control. Every city is a chain of obstacles without shelters, healthcare centers, education, justice, information. That's why I said at the very beginning that the victory and the failure go together. Please raise your hand who agrees with this formula. Okay, there are people, and maybe somebody would like to share his or her own story. Does anybody want? Okay, all interested people left the room. Oh, okay, I'm joking here. Can you help us with the mic, please? I would like to share my experience. I use public transportation. I'm not a driver. Vinnytsia city is a model city in the field of barrier-free field. But the first doors are aimed for the veterans, and the young people go and use these doors. And you have to prove all the time that you have the right to sit down. We are joking here that we had to fight elderly women to get our place to sit down, and this is sad reality. I'm not the one, and I'm not single in this fight. I can't say whether I won or I lost, but at least and I would like to say that I stand for information campaign for young people, because the young people don't know the basics. First, doors of tram or trolleybus, the doors are aimed for people with disabilities. Young people don't know this. If they are not informed, they should be informed. Also, places for sitting. With all respect to elderly people, a young person, if he or she wants to sit down, maybe an elderly person should maybe can stand a little bit more than a person with disability. But elderly people compare themselves with people with disabilities, and they say, you're young, you can stand. I'm elderly, I'm going to sit. Okay, I won't fight with them, like physically, for my right to sit down. Here there are two components, and this should be discussed in the society. Not for the sake of offending somebody, but this might be, it should be sought. I think that social media should talk about this. Activists should talk about this. You know, to use the voice and the words. There is a method. It can be voiced in a tram. Thank you very much. Many thanks
for the participants of the questionnaire. In my activities and as the people's deputy, I understand very well. A lot of professors use the phrase "you are no one without document." But even with the document, if it's written perfectly, without civil control, without public demand, without our focus, the problem discussed in the kitchen will still be a problem in the kitchen. So let's be change makers. Okay, we will discuss papers a little bit later. People mentioned frequently the field of service accessibility to rehabilitation and state support. The people mentioned both a victory.
So among some potential victories, we may mark as this area of services is evolving. We've got a strategy, we've got like the implementation of one or another service, civil society is involved, and access to rehabilitation and provision and receipt of some extra additional rehabilitation things. Yes, but everything is on an insufficient level. We talk about the end users, down the communities. There people cannot get high quality support from experts. We have serious lack of experts. Then people very often named they remember the problem of some unsatisfactory and insufficient financial support level from the state, because people even that are with benefits and exemptions don't often have a sufficient livelihood. So programs of rehabilitation, pre-detention too. You may talk to different NGOs and funds and civil society, but if we talk about communities, the problem remains pretty much high at stake. Attention should be paid to that in 26, because that's the area of services has to do with people with disabilities in the light of the institutionalization we were speaking about. So a victory or failure, it's up to us to decide. Or we are gonna think of a format that includes both in the next year, which will be very creative. The third area, domain, is better employment. Just wanna mention it's very logical, makes a lot of sense, because this kind of improvement should come with this very big need for employment, and the EU is indicating that's a pretty weak point if we talk about people with disability, and very often they weren't considered by the state as people entitled to have equal rights with the employer in the employment environment. But then the law 4219-9 was adopted, according to which people with disability got some protection against discrimination for disability on the labor market, and then their conditions were strengthening on the labor market, and it covers all the according to the law labor market, not only states, the state sector. You can also get social support, a carer, and have a well-equipped workplace, but failures include, and that pertains to the same problem mentioned by Evgenia, is a lack of correspondence between the reasonable enjoyment of rights, and it is a problem that emerges in many other areas. I'm a researcher, and I studied the media and accessibility of audio and visual services, and a new integration law that was passed back in 22 had like 5 to 6 amendments. It was amended because we were going through those changes, and it's very sad to look at that in the employment area. If we talk about the reasonable use, that is like an invention, anti-discrimination mechanism that was invented in the EU to protect people from discrimination. And it's very sad that when we draft new laws, we don't implement them right. And I suspect that is through lack of expertise. And that's again another my urging call to the experts. Please be more actively engaged throughout this process of changes. And also about the employment, I would like to add understanding the broad term invalidity and disability. There's a bunch of therapeutic areas, and when employers indicate in their job offers that we are ready to take a person with disability, but then there comes a situation, no, we're not ready to take them on because they've got lots of nosologists, therapeutic areas. We're ready to take somebody who does not stand out, but in his medical history they've got a disability status on health. Okay, but if that concerns a musculoskeletal system, walking up the stairs from first to third floor, like will be discrimination maybe if you make them do so. But anyway, they're not ready for that. That's a thing, an issue that needs to be worked on to make the employer be honest and just towards the people that are seekers of jobs. And that concerns all the other peculiarities, like a driving school for disabled people, something else for disabled people. But disability is a very broad thing. It includes lots of areas, so we need to take that into account. Let's take a disabled person. You will do everything, even if you abide by your obligations. You act in the area of your domain, and then what? Paying them some minimum pay, and then you will work all day and then have a couple days off, like weekend, like with everybody else, let alone rehabilitation. No time to go to the doctors, no money for rehabilitation, no possibility to make that money, no time, even if you want to, and nobody will just allow you some 3 months for rehabilitation. Yes, we've got that particular problem. Then employers didn't want to take a person with disability because of rehabilitation and a short work day, but we're gonna fix it right sooner or later, and we're gonna fix it as victory. And the next thing we're gonna do, okay, victory or failure, it's up to us to decide, but it is to increase the visibility of people with a disability. Back in 2005, their voice was much louder. Our organizations worked with the government, humanitarian cluster, and so on and so forth, because of the civil society sector activity. They take part in policy making. looking into the qualitative and quantitative turnout of this conference. Okay, but a failure is the theme of disability, that the theme of disability is more and more often used for political PR, while the real life changes in down the communities are not being implemented, remaining theory. And again, that does not concern all the communities. Well, we can't say that it's taken advantage of, that theme of disability as political PR. Well, you can't say that, yes, I became disabled just to become a member of parliament. Yes, there are such examples, unfortunately, I assume, but that's a story just to make a nice example to see what to fight against. It's self-regulation of the community, of society, because we also have the right to control who, where, and how represents us, and whether the theme of our scope of rights is taken advantage of to be used in those purposes. And probably the last area, the most media coverage, disability system reform, and I think that everyone read about that in the captions, those changes, what they were related to. On the other hand, that disability status established by all the known medical commissions, those changes are a win, because the system of daily functioning was set up also based on individual approaches. Then it would be a victory, but for the system. The system, first of all, remains pretty bureaucratic, and sometimes that kind of excessive bureaucracy made people go through many more doctors to get many more documents and certificates, and it was a failure, and there was a shadow of corruption with the medical commissions, MSACs so-called. So up until this time, there is still no trust with society in that system, that it will become people-oriented, people-centered, and I'm an optimist, and there is no trust, but it will change potentially in 26. Amen, we should add. Now, floor is yours, dear Julia. That's a standalone community. There are top 5, and there is a standalone one, which is number 1. That's what we were talking about during the panel discussion. Like your community has a very marked feature, which is failure and stagnation in the cause of the institutionalization at earlier stages. But from the Deputy Minister of Social Policy, we still managed to potentially turn it into victory for the future. No? Back to square one? That was an upfront payment of victory to be. No, I just want the representatives of the civil society sector. I would like to share my stories of wins and fails, and I want you to talk about the same. Just a little example, just a little case, because my brain often generates philosophy, and I get conscious that I face discrimination once in a while, but I am not despaired. I'm not despairing, because it's good to have those failures, because whatever we face, it could be converted into a future victory, and prevent the future generations from having that situation. So since the last year, I've got a desire, when we see beautiful plaques with names of projects, like for example barrier-free schools, driving schools. So you want a driver's license if you you have some impaired musculoskeletal system, like fingers. And decided to learn to study at that driving school, and it started with me calling that school, and I said I've got a neck trauma, neck injury, and I've already googled for the necessary adaptations, because you are writing that you're taking people with disability, and here is what disability I got, and I need that kind of assistive adaptation. We got none like that. And they said that was like an insert or tip whatever that could be applied. Okay, it's available from there and there. Okay, let's wait for months up until they have ordered. They had gotten that, and it gets around to the driving school. Okay, it's fine. We got the tip, we got the device. Okay, then we need to get a medical certificate for which you have to walk up the stairs several flights with discrimination flying and hanging in the air, where there's like doctor with a dynamometer, like to for my squeeze, for my grip, and he speaks to my carer and not to me in person, and I go like, you talk to me, that was in Odessa, like you don't have the right to drive a car, and I'm talking about a resolution by the cabinet about the adaptation. It doesn't work to just send us away packing. You know what doesn't work, and I am continuing to work. I work, I'm fighting on, and they already talk to me by standing on a higher step above me, and I go like, you give me an official refusal or I will officially complain. And they said, like, as I turned away to go, we're going to talk to your lawyer. Okay, we continued the struggle, and we talked to the ombudsman, which I'm not. Anyway, I called the ombudsman. I'm not a legal expert. I go to the ombudsman, and we talk about this problem. I'm issued such a medical certificate after the 3 days of efforts. Then the premises where they check you up, your medical condition, it moves home, moves office to something more accessible. But the only thing that I didn't catch, I wanted to talk to the Ministry of Health, but they still did some training for doctors issuing those certificates to avoid those cases, because it's me today and you tomorrow. Then like they will go away and say I won't be driving and so on and so forth. Okay, I'm back to school, and the summer's gone, and next fall I go to them, and okay, it's 23 kilometers from where I live, and public transportation doesn't go there, and there is an NGO in Odessa. They helped around the transportation, so I shuttled back and forth because it's not a private auto school, driving school that comes down to you. You have no right to drive in town. That's a barrierless driving school. You know, that was the pathway. That could be a failure, but on the other hand, I'm gonna take my exams on the 10th, and I've driven 40 hours, just to be honest. That's a big win, that you became the trailblazer and you hit that road, and then the next people with disability in Odessa will face less trouble, less barriers, less bad performance. If we talk about wins versus failures, why is it important? It's important not really to lose touch with reality, but because sometimes it might sound like you're in Kiev. It's not only in Kiev we work, but lots of decisions are made in Kiev. As we can see, we cannot just find our decision between win and fail, and I just want us to be all together in the future in 2026, mostly shouting out, "Wow, we got a good thing, a very pleasant event." But as Julia's story shows and shows our experience of fighting, struggling from the get-go, if we don't see any chances to win, they appear. And just to say again, on top of that, the European processes related to European integration are increasing our chance for equality. When we started with a very complicated topic of institutionalization, many people from the authorities also said that it's impossible even not to walk, but even lie down in that direction. But since important organizations made those decisions, they started working, because at a point of time when the state understood, we were ready with our developments. We had a lot of analytics, we have a lot of stories, a lot of facts, and expertise from those working abroad and in Ukraine, based on which we were able to build up our cooperation with the country, with the state. So it's just my hint that it takes like 10 steps from failure to a victory. It might be just one step, and we need to be ready to make those changes. No rights are given just for free, for nothing. Nothing good is given for free. You should be ready as an expert. You should be ready to talk to the experts. You should be emotional, and you should remember that now once pathway to equality was never good and easy. Will you share your victory in this year? For example, as a victory, we managed to launch some modest video campaign dedicated to the institutionalization, and you're welcome to attend. Maybe you may watch a video, you may just give a hyperlink on the conference's chat, because self-realization, application is important for every person, and it's their right to enjoy their right for independent life. We got very good response, feedback, and the fact that big media paid attention to that pretty stigmatized, pretty closed off topic that is rarely raised by the media. I think that's our big victory, and though not a little, just a little break into the wall of the institutionalization, very modest. And just look, instead of the fast food YouTube or TikTok, just look.
And to sum it up, in general, we have some things we are proud of. We have some things we should rethink, but we are the community, and we can influence the quantity of victories and failures. An idea bumped into my head that we have this conference for the third time in Hayat. I suppose that the fourth conference will be in Random Hotel. I think that I know this Random Hotel, but it appeared that in this Random Hotel there were not enough places for the people in need of wheelchairs. We would like to change, to provoke shift into this in this Random Hotel. Let's do it not in Kiev, but maybe in another place. Maybe let's do it in Odessa. This is a cool idea. People will see new cities. It's a good plan for future. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. And what are we going to do next? Then Madam Olena will tell us what we are going to do. These victories, they are your victories. Many thanks to colleagues, and we are moving forward. 15:45 to 16:45, we will have a street performance. You will get the explanations as up, but I would like to remind you of the place. Майдан Незалежності nearby Головпоштамт. Please join. Thank you very much for the participation, for your voices, and for your experience. When I have a look at this strong community, I have no doubt that step by step we will build the state where inclusiveness and human rights are reality. And I would like to give the floor to Irina Nogol and Yuri Stepanets. Please tell us what will be going on here. We had some changes in agenda. We have some technical issues, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your participation. The main session of the conference is finished. Mr. Yuri mentioned the random hotel where we will meet.